sure spotlight is on your co-host Tell, right?
Right.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, we're gonna get going 1 minute here.
Yeah.
Oh,
Um,
go ahead.
what about your Voxer notification? Can you hear it? Because
Oh,
I'm sending you
oh.
messages.
No, I can't. That's so good. I'm gonna actually set it up so that way we don't hear it, but so it won't ping in the audio
Yeah.
recording, but I can see you. Okay. Mhm. All right, I've got you.
Or do you want me to just react here? Send every
No,
time
you're good.
it's
I've got it all set up.
all right. Thanks.
All right, all right. So how does the camera look? Let's just go and start. Hey, welcome everyone to the Happy Money Mindset Show. Yes, you're in the right Zoom room. I know those early birds, you're coming on in and you've probably seen us just figuring things out, but you're here, you're in the right Zoom. Welcome, welcome. Today is such a good day to tap into your abundance. Yes, can you feel it? Could there be any better day? I don't think so. I think today is the most perfect day for us to tap in to our abundance greater than we ever have before. So I want to welcome you. Get yourself nice and comfortable. We are streaming to Facebook and YouTube. So in a moment, there's going to be hundreds of us all over the world coming together to mastermind with this same purpose, all tapping into this same energy, this same collective. This is going to be one of the most powerful events I want to say you've ever attended, because this here, you're here by purpose. Your purpose is to tap into your wealth consciousness. It's to release whatever is holding you back and connect to your wealth and abundance frequency. Not just yours, but all of us here, and we're all coming together. This is going to be powerful synchronicity at its best. Are you ready? Yes, 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 yes. Give me some yeses. We are going to use the chat a lot today. So figure it out on your phones, or wherever you're at, however you're streaming. Yes, yes. I love it. I want to see those comments coming through. Okay, I'm going to start out first with hello, I am Derica. I'm sure a lot of you, I haven't had the pleasure to meet all of you just yet. So I'm going to give a quick introduction before we go into our mission and agenda for today. We have each other for 4 hours. Okay, I am responsible for you. You are in the Zoom room. You are in my house, and I'm going to take care of you. We are here together for 4 hours. Woo! Half a day. Okay, and I just want to let you know right now that everything you hear today is going to be new, is going to be different, is going to be completely transformational. By the end of this show, you are going to be an entirely different frequency. This I promise to you. So are you excited? Give me some more yeses. Are you excited? I don't know where you are at in the world. It might be nighttime for you. You might be tired. It might be really early. It's 9 a.m. over here in California time, so I'm just getting started. Let's go. Yes, I'm seeing this comments. You better believe it. Woohoo! Woohoo, you are my people. You guys are amazing. All right, so quick introduction. I am a mother of 4. I have 4 little ones, all under the age of 9. I have multiple companies. One company I am highly involved with than the others, and that is Wholesome Hypnotherapy. I'm the founder and educator and teacher of that company. That is the company who I've got the hat on with you in front of you right now. I started that company in 2011. 2011, so a decade ago. I have a story of what led me to there. I'll tell you in a little bit. But a decade ago, I became a clinical hypnotherapist. Yay, I see that. Clinical hypnotherapist, a behavioral therapist, and a certified mindset coach. And over the last decade, I have helped tens of thousands of beautiful souls just like you transform their abundance. And their abundance of all kind. It was abundance of love, of relationships, of experiences, of health, not just cash, that too. But I have helped so many souls tap into their abundance. Okay, and I've done this through seminars, workshops, and one-on-one. And that's my mission here with you today. I promise you that I am here for you. My objection, my desired outcome, my mission for today's event, the reason why this event is even here, why you have manifested this moment in time, this show for you, is so that you can finally release what is holding you back, what is blocking your flow of abundance, and then to rewire your mindset to be this generating machine of your wealth and abundance. Does that sound like you're in the right place? Yes. Give me a yes. Does that sound good? Are you desiring that too? Did you enter the right Zoom room or Facebook or YouTube? Are you wanting that? Yes, 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 yes. All right. I love it. I see it coming through. You guys are in the right place. I promise you. You're right where you're supposed to be. Now, along your journeys, you guys, I know that each and every one of you guys have been on incredible journeys up until this point. I know that you've had a life filled with ups and downs. I know that you've experienced many bad things, many good things. You've experienced it all. You've tried everything, in fact, too. You've tried everything along this journey to figure out how to be the master of your mind so you can create what you want. And you've had some success and others not. Because you're trying it all. You've done everything. Hey, let's be honest. You tried everything from medication to meditation, to going to school, to climbing the ladder, to affirmations, to mantras, to Reiki, to acupuncture. Come on, you've tried everything. You're doing it all. You've tried isolation, right? Come on, you have done everything that you have heard of, seen of. You've done all the techniques and methods and formulas. You've had the recipes, the detoxing. You've tried all the spiritual cleansing. Come on, you've done everything. And you know how I know that? Because that's my story. That's everyone's story that comes in here that I get to work with and get to be around. We all have these stories. Now, you know what I look at the reason why this show is here, because when I look out at all the stuff about how to activate the law of attraction and how to create, how are we creators built to create? And I look out in the world, I go through all the Google searches, internets, and the books and the people and the shows. When I look out there, I see, like, this might sound crazy, but I see like a slice of Swiss cheese. I could see a slice of cheese. Like, I see the information, but there's a bunch of holes. There's a lot of gaps, right? And then with that, a lot of the missing pieces to this recipe of tapping into who we are, you get a lot of great people that are passionate about this, and they'll create all kinds of things and put it out into the world for people. But the problem is that there's missing pieces. I mean, I even have mentors that are great friends with folks that did the movie Law of Attraction. The actual actors, if you want to call them, in The Secret, that even said The Secret had missing secrets. Come on, right? There is missing information out there. I don't know about you, but I got sick and tired of being just sick and tired of that hamster wheel, of seeing some kind of evidence and proof of things working in my life and then it to fall apart. Right? We here today will fill in the gaps. Are you ready for that? You want to fill in the gaps of the Swiss cheese. Right? We want to make it mozzarella or something else. We want to fill those gaps in so that way it's a steady stream. Things begin to make sense now. Things are more solid in our life. Yeah? That's what we're here to do. Not, hit these roadblocks over and over and have dabbles of things, which then creates mistrust and all sorts of other programs that we don't want. We want to believe in this steady flow. We want to power through and actually create the life we came here to do. Right? I promise you here, that is my main mission. This entire show is designed to guide you, help you from where you're at into where you want to be. Is to fill in those gaps. Believe me, wherever you are in your life right now, it could be in the depths of despair. You could be in the depths of despair to in abundance, and you're just wanting a little bit more of it, and all in between. No matter where you're at, I promise you, you can go from any point to the point that you want. You can pivot into your divine power. We're here to unlock you. We're here to unlock the power. You have it all within you. There is just a few tweaks, okay, to get you there. And I think this is a really good segue. I'm going to go into my story really quick. For those of you who have not heard my story, who is this person talking about wealth and abundance? I'm going to give you just paint a little picture here, because my story is your story, even though it has different flavors. We all have a story. And through this story, the reason why I'm going to tell you is because you're going to have awakenings. You're going to feel some similarities, and get to have some clarity no matter where you're at. So my story, really quickly, you guys, is that I was born to a really poor family. Very poor family. Not just poor in health, poor in love, poor in intelligence, poor financially, poor in every area you can think about. It was very struggling. It was a life of great scarcity. I was born to a single mother, who raised 4 kids. She was on welfare, and she did the best with what she had. And in that time, in my entire upbringing, and I'm gonna lead this into you guys, why we're a product of our environment. Okay, so my story is that we're a product of our environment, and I'm gonna tell you why everything in your life is the way it is right now. So, and you'll feel me in just a second. Growing up the way that I did, and some of you guys can relate right now, in poverty. It's not just that we had very little money, so we had less quality food or less quality clothes or less quality housing. It was a step under that, where a lot of times in my life we had no house. We had no food. When government assistance would come in, it was a little bit of money, and the rest of the month you had to hustle, you had to struggle. There was going to free food banks most of the time during the month because we didn't have food. There was always evictions, and we didn't have housing. There was a lot of things you would see in great poverty that began to make Derica who she was, because whatever we see, whatever we experience, we pick it up, we inherit it, and it starts to become our life. So I grew up seeing my mom in these very unhealthy, abusive relationships. There was never real love or real happiness around me. Everyone in the neighborhood was struggling like this. I don't tell you this to feel bad for me. This is all I knew. It's fine. I'm telling you this because Whatever we see is how we begin to interpret life, and it becomes us. The daily struggles, the weekly street fights, all of this stuff was very normal for me. So as I started to grow up, I started then to attract the same kind of relationships of scarcity and love, the same kind of abusive, painful relationships and friends and guys. I started to buy my clothes and furniture at thrift stores, just like I seen growing up. Right? When you don't see wealth, when you don't know that that exists, I didn't know one person in even my family, no one in the neighborhood had money. If to me, my mindset about having money was someone who won the lottery. And I knew no one who won the lottery. So money was this very false thing. You know, what I heard growing up was there's not enough. Who can feel that? We don't have enough money right now. We don't have enough for that. Okay? I mean, yes, if you kind of understand this, right? You had to be extremely lucky, and money was served on a silver platter to you if you had it. There was just not enough to go around. Right? That was one of my big programs. There was never enough to go around, and so there just wasn't. Right? Yes, I know you're feeling that. And there's no blame, you guys. Again, I'm not blaming my upbringing or my parents. All of our parents are doing the best they got with what they have. Okay? This was just life. It's just what it was. And it became there was a great breaking point in my life where I had witnessed a murder 2 inches from my face. Now, when I'm talking about scarcity, you guys, I kind of want you to know what I'm talking about when I say broke, when I say hard times. I mean hard times. Great struggle, there's stealing, there's fighting, in a life where you're hurting real bad, you tend to hurt other people. You tend to have it real hard in your life, and you're doing whatever you got to do to make it. That's the kind of life I grew up in. So there was this big pivot point, okay, where I was old enough now to know that, I was starting to work a job, and I was around seeing reality, and I was seeing, why are there other people living different lives? Why are some people, even some close to me, driving on the road even, or doing things that are different, that have literally a different reality than I do, and we live in the same area? How is that possible? So there was these big epiphanies kept coming to me, and it was in 2009. So it wasn't even that long ago, you guys, that I was in this pain. Homeless. Wasn't that long ago, 13 years ago. Where I had nothing, in the hospital all the time for my health. I had no love. I had nothing. And I found myself on a laptop in crazy hours of the night, 1, 2, 3 in the morning, just trying to find answers, trying to search through the web of answers. Have you been there? Who has been trying to find the answers to life and the answers to all their problems, surfing the internet at 2 in the morning? Yes, but you can't sleep and you're just going to town. That was me. That was me in 2009. Like, what is it? I can manifest some things, but then there was a lot of bad things, and I knew if I didn't change my life, I wasn't going to make it. But I knew something deeper inside of me, that I'm here for more than this. I wasn't here to live that kind of life. Yes, I see everyone's putting their year in. Put your year in. You know, whether even your year is 2021, if this is your year and you know it, there's something bigger in here, that you came here. Yes, you came here to do great things. And so that was my big pivot moment, and that's when I came across clinical hypnotherapy. I came across workings of the subconscious mind, the motherboard. And it's never ended. I tell you what, it's never ended since that moment. That on purpose, on fire since that moment. It was like, you ever been struck with some information and goosebumps fill your whole body? That was my moment. This was my yes. This was, I am out of here. I'm going to be that for my family that's struggling, that's crying, that's in pain. I'm going to be there for my community. I'm going to show them how to change this motherboard so we can experience our divine powers of creation, of wealth, of abundance that this world has to offer us. Okay, so that was the moment. And within the last 12 years, okay, I have went from poor health to poor everything. I'm now at I'm homeostasis, baby. I am in the best health of my life. I am so healthy. Okay, I feel so good. I have multiple homes now, multiple luxury cars, multiple companies. I have the soulmate. I have 4 healthy kids birthed naturally from my healthy body. Come on. Like, I am in a very different place. I have so many friends. I have so much love pouring into my life. And I promise you guys, I have never seen that in my upbringing or anything around me. I never knew this was existed. I thought this was Disney. I thought abundance was Disney movie, and you could never experience that here. And I have it here today, and I have seen thousands and thousands of people go from where I was into where I am and where they want to be. Come on, you're going to do that here with me today. Okay? I promise you that is my mission. That is my mission. It's tweaks in our mindset. Okay? It's not only my mission, it is every single expert that you will get to meet and connect with here today. Every single expert has this mission inside of them, has went through their pivot point. They have I'm gonna be very honest with you, all the experts here today, they don't need to be here. They've made their riches. They've made their life. They figured it out. They want to be here. Like me, they want to be here. They sleep at night and they wake up thinking, how can I get this to more people? How can I be that change for more people? And they're fueled by life with that to help you. So you are in the right place at the right time. And we are going to help you sink in that right state of mind so you can get this beautiful life as well that you desire and deserve to have. Come on, yes, give me some yeses, yeses. These are the most beautiful wealth experts. These are my friends. These are the most positive, loving, kind, heart of gold, rich, positive people, enthusiastic people I have ever met. And remember, I started my story in saying we are a product of our environment. We become who we're around and what is around us. And this is why I have you around such positive souls right now. And you spend the next 4 hours with us, I promise you, you'll be one of us. You'll be one of your love, of your light, of your abundance. You're our friends. You're in here with us, and we will hold you high the entire way. That's a promise, okay? Now, I've got a little bit before we bring fire to the stage with Julie Jones Hamilton. So I've got a few moments here, and I want to just go over some housekeeping really quick, because I forgot to do that earlier. Housekeeping really quick, you guys. Today, we have 4 hours together. Now, we're going to have 20-minute interviews. And the reason why it's 20 minutes, and then we're going to have a 10-minute gap. So 20 minutes with powerful experts, information downloading to you, and then a 10-minute gap is because of this. I specialize in the mind and how to rewire the mind. And so to do that, no more than 20 minutes will we actually be able to retain all of the power and energy being given to us. So after 20 minutes, think of yourself as a sponge. That sponge just goes into brilliant water and just explodes and absorbs all this powerful information. Well, in the 10 minutes, we're going to wring you out. We're going to just release some of that, okay? And you're going to be this sponge that's open and buoyant and dry again, ready for the next 20. So I do this with purpose. Every single second of this show has purpose for you. So no, 20 minutes we're going to sit and you're going to just download the data and then you're going to break it out, okay? And then we'll have the next expert come on. The reason why, does that sound good? Sound good, you guys? So we can stretch and we can break every 20 minutes, okay? Now, the reason why the lines are muted is because this is being recorded. We're being recorded because there's going to be replays for 48 hours free to everyone. And then there's going to be the recordings forever for all of those who jumped in on the VIP opportunity. So we know that there is human noises that happen, like kids and doors and burps and all kinds of stuff. So we wanted to mute the lines so the recordings are very clear. Okay? It is now the camera situation. Only speaker view and the expert is actually being recorded. So all of you just know it is being recorded, but only these two screens. So here's what I'm going to recommend right now. Everybody who's off camera, come on. Come on camera. And I'm saying this because your attention is what is attraction. Okay, so come on, I see everyone fixing their hair. Yes, come on in. Okay, I want to see your face. Wherever you put your attention, you get attraction. And there's a good chance if you're off camera, you disconnect. Okay, so I don't want to disconnect. You're here with me. I got you. So stay on camera, okay? Unless you're in the restroom. Unless you're indisposed for any reason, then come on back on camera, okay? But after that, and everybody on Zoom and or everyone on Facebook and YouTube, still be on camera, because what'll happen is that I could be on your phone and you set me down in another room. That's what could happen. So I don't want that. I know you're there, okay? I could feel you. So everyone stay on camera. All right, let's see here. All right, I got a couple more minutes. How about we set the intention? I am a big believer and practicer of setting the intention. Any great person, great at anything, knows about the power of intention, the power of visualizing how they want something to go. Okay, you look at even a great athlete. You know what they'll do? If it's golfing, if it's baseball, if it's basketball, whatever, every great athlete will sit and imagine them in the game. They'll sit and they'll visualize them hitting every target, everything that how exactly they want the game to go. They'll see them winning the shot, and they'll practice this in their mind, sometimes more than they practice it in real life. Did you know that? That's how powerful the mind is. Your brain sits in a black box. It doesn't know if you're imagining it or really looking at it. This is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Yes? Come on, we're going to visualize in a few seconds how you want the next 4 hours to go and beyond. Okay, you guys? So close your eyes. I'll go ahead and guide us through the next couple minutes. Set the stage of your life. Close your eyes. And just take a few deep cleansing breaths. Closing your eyes, you're right here at the Happy Money Mindset event, this virtual event that has this powerful energy flowing, this collective consciousness flowing to you, this powerful mastermind that's all around you. And I just want you right here, see the next 4 hours. See, are you smiling? Are you comfortable? Are you having aha moments? Are you laughing? Laugh. Are you engaged? You're taking notes. You're having answers flow to you that you've been searching for so long. Feel it in your core. Feel it right now. This is your moment. The greatest morning or afternoon you've had in a very long time. You're full of life. Every cell in your body is feeling recharged. You're feeling rejuvenated. You have this inspiration flowing through your body, through your mind. The smiles on your face, there's not a worry in the world. You're excited. You're here. You're loving the moment. You're feeling the love being poured into your heart. Feeling it. I want you to breathe that in, embody that energy. Breathe it in, a deep breath coming all the way in. Feeling the gratitude, the love, the perfection in this moment. Another deep breath. And opening your eyes. Opening your eyes, coming all the way back. Okay, you guys. Woo! Shaking it off. All right, you guys. Beautiful. I see all those. You guys all look like you're glowing now. You're all glowing. I love it. Okay, so here's Julie Jones Hamilton. Oh, she's about to enter the stage. Enter the stage, you guys. I'm going to get into her bio, but let me set it up for a bit. She is one of my best friends. She is a mentor of mine. She is a coach. She has been helping folks go from where they're at into the abundant life that they desire and deserve for over 30 years. This woman here, just know that I feel like a little kid in the candy shop every time I get around her. She blows my mind and transforms my life every time, and you have her here right now. So what I'm about to do is bring her up and work with me. I'm mastering teaching, but I'm a master technology. She's coming on. She's here. Let's all welcome Julie. Hello, Julie.
Oh, hi everyone. I'm so happy. Hi, Derica.
Hello, you guys. You guys,
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab my clipboard because you want to have your pen. Okay, have your pen. I'm gonna grab my paper right now.
Oh, she's so sweet. I want to welcome everyone. I am so grateful to be here. I'm so happy to see you, and I'm so honored, Derica, that you invited me to share my experience, strength, and hope. And we're all here on purpose, for a purpose, and I'm just so grateful to be here. And I just want to honor and bless the process and everything you're doing.
Thank you.
Amen, sister.
Amen.
You
Amen.
revved me up. You got me going.
Woo! We're all going, you guys. This is such a beautiful moment here. You guys, we're going to jump right into a little bit of a bio so we can get to know Julie a little bit more. And then we're going to spend 20 powerful minutes with her. And she's
I hope I can keep it at 20.
Woo!
Heads up. I'm
Who's
just
got
going
a
to power
timer?
through this. Here we go.
We're going to do really good. Okay, so Julie Jones, if you guys have not met her, she is a television executive producer, best-selling author, and entrepreneur who brings over 30 years experience in the human transformation and development industry. She is the founder of Julie Jones Hamilton International and Kitchen Hamilton Productions with Lynn Kitchen, which provides international positive media programming and the national cable television series, The Greatest, or World's Greatest, that's right, the World's Greatest Motivators. Woo! And many, many more things. I could have went on for days in your bio. Oh my God.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm just so grateful to be here. Thank you, thank you. And I'm so grateful for all of you who are tuning in and watching this, and who are going to be watching this in the next 48 hours and on the VIP. And this information that everyone, all the ones that are going to be here today, is really high level, cutting edge, tip of the arrow information. So, and also I'm just going to say this, and then, do you know that there's only about 6% of the population of humans that are in this types of conversation, and you're one of them. So good on you for being here, everyone. Right on.
Woo! You better pat yourself on the back.
It's not an accident you're here, right?
That high 6%, you guys.
That's
The world needs us to live in our.
Yeah, amen. We're on the leading edge here.
All right, you guys. You know what, Julie? Let's jump right in, hon.
Okay.
What was your relationship with money early on? And then if you can go into that pivot point moment where you awakened and completely changed your life with money.
Well, this is such an interesting and such an important conversation. When I reflect back on that question, Derica, when I was growing up, we came from very humble beginnings. Young parents, 3 kids, and from the very beginning. However, my father was an ambitious entrepreneur. So I could see and feel, the step stairs of expansion monetarily. We moved a lot. He was, as all entrepreneurs, he's always looking for the next, the greatest. So because of that, there was a part of me that felt like um, maybe we didn't have enough. Maybe there wasn't enough. And as I think about this, now I realize that I was very financially insecure growing up.
Mm.
Just kind of, we were taught to, I had a job very early. We were taught to be responsible. But I always remember that fear. It's really interesting, that fear and insecurity that maybe there's not enough.
Yeah.
Always kind of an urgency, looking for more money. Why? Now I know why.
Yeah.
Because I had such big ambitions as well, and always looking for more. So, although I had a sweet upbringing, there was another part of me that always felt maybe not good enough and not worthy enough. And maybe that hence the financial, insecurity part.
Yeah.
And then you asked me, what was that moment of a pivotal awakening, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that completely changed your flow
Okay.
of money.
All right. Well, that happened several years ago. And there was a pivotal moment. Most of us don't go into this type of study, this type of understanding, this type of knowledge without some type of an experience, either a trigger experience or an emotional experience or some type of a devastation. Very rarely are we just walking along and then all of a sudden, start diving into all of this stuff. It is a call, a soul calling for moreness. And good on you for listening to the call, because several years ago, my beloved partner became very ill, and I thought I was going to lose him. His company suffered, he suffered, I suffered, until it was almost debilitating. I mean, all of my structures were dissolving all around me, and I felt very out of place, misplaced. The energy of loss had become so severe, Derica, that there was no place for me to go. The negative thoughts, the desperate energy. I was so scared. I remember waking up shaking in the mornings and then shaking all day long, not knowing what to do, where to go, who to talk to. I thought I was going to lose him. Everything was, what was going to happen to me? What was going to happen to my husband, our home, our finances? It was probably, and I've been through several moments, but that one about money, that one got my attention. I felt like I had no security. There was no security to the energy to feel secure in anything because of that component, that loss, not only of husband, but finances, that whole thing. So there was no place for me to go except within. There was nothing out there. Nothing out there was going to save me. So during a meditation, I remember receiving a download. And in that download, it had said that there's one thing you can always count on, one thing you can feel secure in, and that's the one energy of the universe, the universal energy, the one, and that there's only one energy. Everything derives from this one energy. Everything is energy. It can't be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed. And that this one energy can transform me, my husband, my finances, my life, my world, everything. And so I heard that. I really heard that. I mean, I really felt it. I knew that love is the most powerful force in the universe, and I knew that that energy was in all things. So how do I tap into it? What do I do? From that moment on, it was like a constant mission right? It was a constant training in building bigger muscles, okay, and my reliance, my dependence, and my trust in that one universal energy, in that one place and space that permeates and penetrates and fills the inner spaces of the universe. The something that us as humans, we really can't wrap our mind around, but we know it intuitively, know it's there. It's that soul stuff,
Mhm.
you know. And what I learned is that you know, that we have two sides of our nature. We have the human side of our nature, and we have the invisible side of our nature. All right. And part of our life's quest is to bridge the two, is to build a bridge and come into harmony and alignment with the invisible side of our nature that is connected to all of this power. All right. That's connected to, and when we do this, when we start building, start the journey, build the trust, feel and meditate and practice and develop this relationship with this connection. All right. When we do that, everything, no exception, everything, we begin to attract everything that bless and prospers us and our dreams and in our desires. I mean, now that is, it's quantum physics. It's how the universal laws work. The universal laws work their way. They're 100% precision, mathematically certain. The universal laws work and has been working for a very, very long time and will continue to work for a very, very long time. Okay? But it works its way. And it's my job. It doesn't work my way and it doesn't work your way. And it's my job to align myself up to how the universal laws work. And they always work in one direction, and they always work in pure positive love. And they always expand in awareness, expand in evolution. So, you know, it's interesting. You know, when we get something, we have this impulse to do more. We want to do more. We want to have more. We want to be more. It's not a greedy impulse. It's the impulse of the universe. The universe is constantly expanding. And when we accomplish something and we get it done, bravo, we have that great sense of accomplishment. There's more. And there's more. We never get it done. It's a process. It's called evolution. So this need for more understanding, more growth, more possibilities, more desires, that's our birthright.
Yes.
That's our birthright. And if you ever wonder if I'm worthy of the dreams that I would love, what I'd love to be or do or have and give, ask yourself this one question. Am I breathing? Because it's life. And I'm going to say one other thing. It's life. It's life breathing me, breathing you, and breathing throughout the entire universe. And I've mentioned this before, and Derek has heard me say it. It's one of my favorite things. This breath of life, we live in an equal playing field. No one has more or less air to breathe. It's equal. No one has more or less life breathing them. It's equal. It's an equal playing field. So if you ever notice someone who has a bunch of abundance and resources, it's equal. You can learn to attract and create that too. There's nothing wrong with you, you know, but we need to take the journey, you know. So with my clients and part of this industry that I'm in with all these awakened, beautiful motivators, the goal is to give you permission, to give yourself permission to allow your desires, to allow your growth, to allow your expansion, to allow your creations, to allow whatever it is you would love to be, do, have, or give in the world, to allow it to be revealed to you, to build the muscles and your trust in this invisible side of your nature. to connect. Nobody, this isn't talked about. I believe one day it will be. I believe it will be the kids, all of us. It'll just be part of the learning process. This awakened consciousness, because we're evolving into a global humanity, and our consciousness is evolving too. That's why we're here today. That's why we're all here today. Isn't that cool? I love that.
So good. You guys see why I said have a pen? Have a pen with this one. She's on fire. I just wrote down so many aha moments in that just first segment, this first question. I think who can relate? Can I get a yes in the comments? Who can relate to her story of just sitting in a moment like that, having this big awakening, this big download from a scary moment that just catapults you into this whole new way of living and these whole new desires?
Right? I mean, how many of us have been? How many of you have been in like shattering, shaking uncertainty, just not knowing if the other shoe is going to drop, what's going to happen next, what do I do? Where do we go? That frightened place. The places like that. I mean, if you can relate, just put relate in the comments. Relate. Because those are moments that I have since learned are opportunities. Those are doors that have shut because they're not my doors to go down or to go in. I mean, if we look back on our life, everyone just kind of, take a glance of all the roughest time. Don't stare, just take a glance of all the roughest time that you've had in your life. You made it through. You made it through to the point that if you had done any other thing, you wouldn't be on this call right now, gathering this information that you'll hear throughout these next 4 hours. Yes. So really, really open your mind and open your heart and glean and write down the things that resonate to you from all the speakers that will be here, because I guarantee you something will click. Something will click.
Absolutely. So good. I can feel us all. That synergy is coming together so good right now. We're all having those moments of that reflection and hearing you and hearing the stories here, and knowing that it's okay. It's like this is normal. This is part of the process.
This is part of the process. When we're at a place where we're stuck, when we're at a place where there are blocks, what that's indicating is you're not going to find the answers out there. You can work harder, you can work smarter, you can push and push and push, but it's only going to sustain so much. But if you pause and you say, okay, and you recognize that you have this invisible side of your nature and that it is waiting for your attention. In fact, it's been seeking your companionship since you've been born. Wow. And we kind of say, okay, I'm ready for guidance, because it is a GPS system that we're all born with, and it's always for us, it's always on our side, and it's always for us. And when we can steady our mind enough and steady our action steps enough to recognize, wait a minute, I'm more than this, I'm more I've hit the wall, there's got to be something different. I'm inviting you to go within and to begin being curious and asking questions. What is it that I can do? Because this entire force field, this magnetic force field called energy of pure positive love, conspires for your success. Everything in it is set up for your success. Everything is in it to help manifest whatever it is you want if you give it a chance. It's be open enough to give yourself a chance to start playing in a new field, your invisible side of your nature. All right. Now, how do you tell the difference? I'm just going to throw this out there. All right. Because it's been always talking to us all along. It's our higher self. It's our soul self that's connected. All of us have an internal critic It's the the voice of the critical internal judgment. All right. And what it is, it's a part of our ego that has experienced everything in our past, and it's afraid to experience it again. So it keeps bringing us back all the, oh, it didn't work, you know, you don't want to be embarrassed, you know, remember all this. And it's very loud and very negative. And we listen to this in our head. And because our conversation is about 40%, you know, I'm sorry, 70%, 70, 80% is we're in our heads talking with all of the voices in our head. The majority and the loudest and the most negative is the ego. Now it's okay. It's the ego. We work with it. We learn how to work with the ego. It doesn't command me. I command it. The ego is to help me not to run in front of a Mack truck or put my hand on a hot fire. The ego is there to help me live in a physical material world and use my five senses. Taste what I love, eat what I love, hear the music I love, feel the soft rose velvet petal and hug my beloved, and to smell the beautiful fragrances that I love, so I can put those in play. But what it does is it guides our life in fear, and those are just patterns, and they're just limited beliefs. All right. So limited beliefs can go back 7 generations, from way back, from parent to child, child to parent, parent to child, all the way down. And they could be 150 years old. And we're operating on a belief system that worked back then, but we're in the 21st century. So we get to decide what beliefs that we have, because they're only thoughts. Yeah. What beliefs do we have that no longer serve us? Like, you know, my family was always poor, I'm not educated, whatever are limiting. Because truth be told, Derica mentioned about a product of our environment. We're the only species on the planet that can change our environment. We can imagine it into existence. So you want to stretch your mental faculty, the imagination, and you want to imagine what it is you would love to do, be, have, give, and share in your world. And you want to offer it up to that invisible side of your nature and ask, let's do this. And I'm willing. What are my steps? We stay in curiosity. We don't judge. We're not attached. We allow. We accept and allow. So may I expand a little bit on limited beliefs?
Yes, because that was actually a next segue that you beautifully went into, is that
really?
Some of the limiting beliefs that you find, and you just started hacking into them.
Okay.
So
okay.
Go for it. You're on fire.
Okay. Well, limited beliefs is our mindset. That's what we're used to. It's a pattern. And when we start diving into this information, we are literally installing a new operating system. So in the background of our mind are all the old patterns that we just habits and patterns, and they're outdated. All right, we picked them up along the way by very well-meaning parents or teachers or loved ones or partners that promote, you know, that promote that our wealth and riches are out there, that we have to go get it. Now, the truth is, we come from it rather than coming from it. This is a new understanding. It's an understanding that our wealth and our skill sets and our desires, and even our desires for money, comes from within us in that one energy. It comes from within. We ask, what would I do right now that gives me life? What would I love in my career or in my health or in my relationships? And we allow ourselves to reveal it to us, because it's buried in there. When I ask my clients, what would you love? They're like, well, I don't know. Okay, well, most people will spend their time designing a weekend before they ever realize that they can design a life of what they would love. No?
Oh my
Money, abundance, all of this health, awesome relationships, this is all energy. And because we live in a cause and effect universe, it's called reap and sow, law of karma. What I put out there is what I'll receive. So if I want, because truth be told, money is just paper and metal. But if I want the energy of money. You know, if I want to create and amass for my loved ones, for myself, for the causes that I would love to give, I must create a vision or a clarity or a statement, or I must uncover and discover whatever it is and begin writing about it so that I can narrow my focus, because energy flows where my focus goes. So if I'm focused on I don't have enough, then that's where the energy goes. If I focus on, well, what is it that I could do to make more? Oh my God, you know, all of a sudden out of the blue, all these ideas come.
Yeah.
All right. The energy of money is a creative process. It's investing in ourselves.
Yeah.
All right. In this understanding so that we can receive dividends in return. It's a mindset. Okay. We invest.
You guys!
Okay.
Julie, we're out of time and I can't stop you because I want
What
more.
do you mean, out of town? Okay. All right. So trust in your desires that you can create money, and ask your higher self. Trust in the good in the universe that it's here to deliver it. Trust in you know, that this is a noble thing. It's your birthright.
Yes.
The world needs rich, awakened people like you. It's your responsibility to align with whatever it is that you love in life, your career, your job, your skill set, to grow in the beliefs you love, and have patience. Do not be attached. Have patience. Believe in yourself. Believe that it will be revealed. Believe in your desires. Get a partner in believing. You know, trust in your dreams. Allow it to be welcomed. All right.
Oh, so beautiful.
So believe in yourself, believe in your dreams, believe in that power, grow big muscles, and trust, dependency, and reliance on which is in you, not out here. You're going to come up against all your roadblocks, all your obstacles out there, and you'll discover that the power of the universe will support you, and you will live a very wealthy life in all areas. Bada bum, drop the mic.
Mic drop. I love it.
Drop the mic. You know.
Yes.
And I know we're kind of short on time.
Yes.
I'm inviting you to go to worldsgreatestmotivators.com. Or you can also go to worldsgreatestmotivators.com/free gifts. We have motivators that have Jack Canfield, Bob Proctor, Lisa Nichols, Brian Tracy, Shandish Sumpner, Dave Meltzer, Sharon Lecter, John Azaraf. I mean, we have several who have gifts. We're in the development of season 2. We have just get the gifts first, receive the gifts, and enjoy all the motivation of what in which they speak. And the bottom line is, there is nothing wrong with you. You're here for a purpose, and the only question is my dream worthy of me? Because I'm going to be putting my life source, force, and attention and flow into it. So create a big dream for yourself that allows you to feel good. This is my ending comments, because I love this. Life is supposed to feel good. Okay? We are meant to be happy, and we're meant to satisfy our dreams and desires, and everything we want is in us, waiting to be revealed to show us how. So I invite you to take that journey within. You know, grab all the tools and studies and everything you can so that you can manifest whatever it is you love. Not only are you worthy of it, it's your birthright. That's why you're here. You know? Amen. Can I get an amen?
Thank you. Put it in the chat.
Put it in the chat.
Amen. That her bio, her information, all of her connects, contacts, her free gifts will all be on the replay page. So it'll be there. We will have it. You'll know how to connect with Julie all the way. I'll always send you an email. Just know that that's what I want you guys to do. So you'll have all that coming to you. Okay, Julie.
Danica, Derica, everybody, everyone here. And thank you for being here. And Derica, I'll be talking to you. Love you.
Yes, love you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye for now.
Bye-bye. All right, you guys, Julie, right? Wow, blown. So, you know, we went over our de-sponge time just a little bit, but we're still gonna ring out. I want you guys to, before I start the next interview, if you want to stretch, if you want to take a sip of water, that also could be just recharging yourself. Remember, there was a lot of nuggets that was just given. It was awesome. It was incredible. You guys, this was speaker 1. Wasn't that amazing? Imagine the 6 more. I mean, come on, this is about to be wild. And so this is live, you guys. Stick with me, go with me through all the things. We might go over, go little, go, you know, there's technology here. So I just ask you for your love and your patience as we're
However,
doing
did
this.
Jimmy give you his order?
I'm gonna go ahead and mute her live. Okay, you guys, so our next guest speaker, Anna Kowalski, is an amazing speaker. At the last minute, she was in travels. At the last minute, she's off the grid. She was going to be completely off the grid for internet. And so just earlier we had to we recorded her interview, and I asked her the same thing with the same energy and intention as I did with Julie, and she gave all of her gold and wisdom right here in a short, another 20-minute interview. But this is pre-recorded, but I'm going to live stream us into us right now. So give me 1 second as you stretch. You maybe get a little snack. I'm going to grab her video and then start playing it for us on the movie. It's like we're in a movie theater together. Okay, guys, let me get that going. Brace with me. Okay. Video. Okay, Anna Kowalski. Hey, just in case you're just joining us, welcome to the Happy Money Mindset Show, where wealth experts are showing you how to create a new happy relationship with money so you can tap into your divine wealth and abundance. I'm so excited and so honored to have our guest here today, Miss Anna. She's here. Hey, welcome everyone. Help me welcome her to the virtual stage. I just know your life will never be the same after this. She is going to raise your vibration. She's going to tune you into your flow of abundance. And before we begin, you guys, I want to start out with saying how I met Anna. So a little while back, I was taking this leadership program. And in this big program, there's like 100 of us, and we all were broken into these small groups. And I'm in this like Zoom room, kind of like this. I'm in this small room, and we have this stretch. And this stretch was to reach out to people and just pour generosity into these folks and stand in their vision and just pour love into them. And so I'm down here like this on my phone. And I don't know what's going on, but I'm down here on my phone and I'm texting away, pouring love into someone. And this coach enters the room. And there was a couple people that were in a breakdown. They were having a hard moment. And I could just hear this coach, like if she was this spiritual source arm, she came and was like picking them up. Like it was this beautiful song coming out of her, this language of just breaking them through the moment they were in. And it was distracting me, you guys. I was like, I'm trying to like text.
I'm texting.
Yeah, I'm like, stop it. I'm like, who is this? And I look up and it's Anna, and she's one of the leading coaches of that program. And my jaw is dropped, and I'm just like, she's speaking to my soul. And I knew at that moment that I got to do whatever it takes to get her to be my best friend, because that's how amazing she is. And that's why she's here on the show, you guys. This is incredible that you have such a wealth of wisdom that's going to be poured out on you today. So I just thank you. I'm honored that you're here, Anna.
Thank you, Derica. That's so sweet. I'm like, wow. And I remember that moment too. Like I remember moments that are really powerful. And I remember coming into the room and having that conversation. So it was really amazing. And now here we are.
Here it is. Talk about manifesting, you guys, right here. This is just a miracle that this is happening. And now she's here for you guys. I'm going to go a bit in just her bio so we can connect with Anna just a little bit more. And then we're going to get into those juicy questions that's going to change your life. Okay. So
let's go.
Yeah, let's do it. Anna guides spiritual women entrepreneurs in creating their sacred success in alignment with divine purpose and prosperity. Anna is devoted to creating a world of harmony, unity, purpose, and prosperity within and without for all of life through New Earth leaders. And she has a rich story, you guys, but that's a little tap into who this woman is.
Yeah, you can read more. I'm sure there is the rest of it is there. So let's just get into the topic because I love talking about it because of what it can create in the world. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about I love it. Happy money.
Yes, happy money, you guys. That's why we're here. Happy money. So I'm gonna dive into that big question. It's what was your relationship with money early on? And then there's a two-part here. What was the moment, that pivot moment that completely changed your flow of money?
Right. So I was born and raised in Poland at a time when, like, if anybody knows history, it was a socialist Poland. I know what it's like when government changes the value of money. So overnight, whatever money you had is worth a fraction of what it was. I lived at a time, and I was a little girl. I came to America when I was 16, but I lived at those times. So even though to me, that's the only way I saw experience of money, this is what I was raised with, right? Mm-hmm. There was a time in a country where I lived in Poland where there were things you could buy, but you could only buy so much because government would literally give you coupons, and coupons directed how much of it you could buy. So a pound of sugar for a family of 4 for a month. So I grew up with this lock, and somebody outside of you has control of your money. They can literally devalue it overnight, and they tell you how much they pay you. Government will take taxes out of money. So my parents just got money after taxes. So I grew up with all of that, and then I came to America, and America was this promised land, right? And around land of opportunity. And very quickly, my life went in the direction that in my 20s, I became a millionaire, and complete fry my system, an experience that I watched in the movies. I just didn't know how to be with. So I got to experiences. I got to enjoy it sort of, because part of me was not okay with it for many reasons, right? Many stories that I just, that's why, they say that so many people who win lottery lose the money. That's exactly what happened. I pushed it all away because I wasn't comfortable with it. I didn't know who to be with the wealth that just came into my life. So when you ask what was one moment, right? Like one particular moment changed my relationship with money. It wasn't even then, because I kept going with my life, and 2 more times I created wealth, not to the same degree, but I created wealth and then again pushed it away or created situations that made it go away. Yeah. And it wasn't until this was the moment when I realized that no matter how much money I created, there was still part of me that wasn't okay with having it, wasn't satisfied, wasn't fulfilled. So for me, it was connection with all the money and fulfillment, all the money and connection with something bigger. Now, I didn't have the language to talk about source or spirit, but once I got on that journey, it led me to the whole industry of coaching, which is now that I'm a part of, and led me to a coach that spoke about the secret energy of money. I had no idea what it was, but when I heard it, I was like a fly to the light, like a moth to the light, right? I'm like, give me, give me, give me. And it began a journey for me to really understand if money isn't the tangible thing that we were all taught it is. Now, when I say tangible, now it's electronic, so it's not so tangible anymore, but it still is this thing, right? Like if there is more to money than I don't know about, then I want to know, because I had it, I loved having it, and I hated having it at the same time. And then when it went away, I was like, how do I get it? How do I get it? There was this there was emotional interaction with it that I wasn't aware of. There was clearly spiritual aspect of it that I wasn't aware of. So when I heard secret energy of money, I was like salivating. And that gave me a 2-track journey for a while, and I still do it. I was demystifying the whole idea of, when people say do something you love and money will come. It's not always true, but there is a huge part to it that really matters. So the way that I love to connect money with our experience on a physical plane is when you start really truly acknowledging that nobody outside of you is determining how much money you make or how much money you keep, that there isn't somebody outside of you who says what you can or cannot do for money. I mean, we live in America, so I know not everybody is this lucky, and I know that there are people in different situations, but really all of it, our whole experience of money it was created by humans. We created experience of money as a form of exchange for energy. Now it was energy materialized, right? So when you want something and I have it, then you'll have to give me something for it. I know many of your guests will probably talk about it was like, give me a goat for the pair of shoes, right? When it got inconvenient, we introduced shells and seeds and then money.
Yeah.
But really it was invented by a human, right? And it represents something. So we're getting into this understanding now, and I know we are as humanity. And if you're watching this, if you hear, you already know it, or you have some awareness of it. Money is really an expression, a physical manifestation of an energy. And this energy is really dictated by our own being. So let me just say this. For one period of my life, I had this vision that I would open a closet and a pot of gold would be sitting in there. And I could just take coins of gold and then, sell it, exchange it for money. But when I took this, gold coin, 2 more would be created. And I could just live like that if I just imagine it, if I just think about it, right? And I think I lived like that for like a year or two, where I was in this like magic. It's just literally, I lived in this one place. It was a closet that opened like this. And every single day I envisioned that I would open a closet and money would sit there. Money never showed up. But what I realized is in that time, I was guided into tremendous opportunities, because money isn't about money in a closet, right? Or whatever your version of it is. Although some people will claim it shows up in their bank account. I had it happen once. I did. I was so intentional that the bank made a mistake and transferred the exact amount I asked for. And a month later, they came asking back for it. So now some could say, I guess I didn't believe that it could really happen. Could, maybe, but I learned a lesson. I didn't truly exchange energy for energy, which is how I see money. We are here to contribute, and we're here to serve each other. And when we serve each other, we in exchange receive money. We exchange energy for energy, and the symbol of it is money. So there were many different things that I got to learn along the way, and I hope I'm never complete learning. I hope there is always the next level. But one of the things that I learned is that money is unlimited. It really truly is. And you know how I know that? Because based on history, there is a lot more money now than there ever was in the world before.
Yeah.
Right? Like
Yeah.
they have proof for that.
Yes.
Right?
100%.
There are a lot more millionaires than there ever were. So there is more money in the world, right?
That is such a big moment. As like you're saying that, I'm like, yes, because one of the big things out in society is that there's not enough to go around. And it's this whole uncomfortable conversation. Like there's a lot of scarcity. There's a lot of, just broke and poor and homeless and all of this. And then, there's only enough for this people and not for here. But that what you just said was absolutely true. That there is endless amounts of money for everyone for lifetimes, that there is here. And it's here in what you just said with money as an expression of energy. And it's just literally the difference of what someone is emitting out in their energy for their money. So the homeless versus the millionaire is that energy expression, right? Yeah. So it's like, wow, that just like, I know we got to take a moment to really let that sink in, you guys, but I promise Anna's right. There's a lot of money to go around. There's more than enough to go around. And what you're tapping into is this energy, this expression of this exchange. There's this frequency about you. So Anna, if I could ask you, because that's all powerful and we're tapping into our magic. I know everyone's feeling it. And if there's something that is blocking that person right now, what is that in all your years of coaching and just being here on this planet? What do you think is the number one limiting belief, that energy in someone's brain that is blocking their flow?
Yeah.
What do you think that number one thing is?
Yeah. So we already know there are many, right? And I will focus on one particular one that I see the most for the people that I'm attracting. Well, no, there is no surprise there, just so you know, because we attract our mirrors. So first of all, the lack, right? It's limited. So let me just give you something that I learned that I started to embody. And when I did, I started to see the transactions differently, the transactions of exchange. Money doesn't come from, it comes through. So every single time when somebody chooses to let the money come through them and towards my business, towards what it is that I am supporting them with, I am a stand that it comes through them. Now, when something comes through somebody, then there is an opening, right? It isn't just like from here to there. It's through. It's like it circulates, it's through, which means if they're open, then a lot more could come into them because life always seeks more expression. So whatever comes, if they let it come through, right, with the proper mindset, with the proper reverence to what it is that they are doing with it, then they are an opening for more to come to them. And I really, really stand for that. Like I am a stand for that in the world. So I represent that. So when I choose to expend money out, right, I do it from a place of, wow, I'm just creating more of it in the world when I do that. I'm just the funnel for more of it for me, but also in the world. But the thing that I see the most, isn't it so delicious? But the thing that I see the most among my clients is this whole idea of limited worth, right? Self-worth, like I'm not worthy. And of course, it's because it's something that I've been working with most of my life. And it's part of my life lesson. So in the work that I do, we discover the life lesson or this blind spot. Like there are many, yes, for sure. And at the soul level, there is one particular one that we come with that we came to grow through. And every single time we own it and we work through it, there is a next level, but we also get bigger and more powerful in it. So self-worth, right? And self-worth could be such a big thing, right? Like I don't think I'm worthy. Well, the people that I tend to work with, they do not own the value of the energy that flows through them. They do not value the energy that flows through them. They don't own their gifts. They don't value what it is that they are here to share, their gifts, their spiritual gifts. They don't value the impact that they're already making, right? So the origin of the story could have many different versions, but it comes down to, I do not stand for the value of what it is that flows through me and out into the world. So we are the shape of what the energy that flows through us takes on. So the energy has no agenda. Life force has no agenda. It really doesn't. When it comes through us, it either comes as more of I'm not enough, or what I share is not worthy of it, or it comes as more of what I'm sharing is valuable. People are benefiting from it, and that's then what I stand for in the world, right? So it's this shift of really recognizing that what I am creating is valuable. The world needs it. The world wants it. And I am a stand for that. So it's self-worth, but I take it all the way to the value of the energy that flows through the shape that you are. And the shape that you are is all the stories that you have acquired, all the limiting beliefs about yourself, all the limiting beliefs about who you are, and even the fact that you're a miracle to be birthed on this earth. So I work with a purpose a lot, and purpose in my work isn't the thing you do. It's actually who you be. And when you be this in the world, then what it is you are here to do, and it could look many different ways, will show up to you step after step, and then you can be on purpose, right? Yeah. So who you be, if you have a limiting story about who you be, like you have to prove your worth, you have to do something in exchange for something else. It doesn't matter how much, like it doesn't matter who you be when you do it, it matters how much you do it, right? That's the difference between two stories, right? If you really value who you are, who you were born to be, then the energy that flows through you flows with this sense of worth. right?
Yeah, that ties so beautifully on what you first said. And I'm going to put this in layman terms because I'm not going to
Do it.
speak so beautifully as she just did, but I'm going to recap it. When as the energy, the flow of money coming through you, and as whatever you give out is like coming through you, and it wraps around and now opens you to receive more of this divine abundance, right? So this opening, whether you're investing, whether what you're putting out, right? Anytime you put any economics or energy or effort, whatever you're putting out, as much as you put out, you're going to get back in return. And so to full circle that on like, what's the number one thing that is stopping people, or one of the number one things, is that hole is smaller, because that value, it's what you're seeing is that lack of self-worth, that lack of value in who you are and who you get to be, is like narrowing the opening to your flow. And so like that, when you were talking, I seen that constrict, like that opening just kind of closed down. And that's a lack of self-worth. So if that is all what is correct here in this moment, it's like, well, the self-love and the self-worth, the worthiness of your value and what you're putting out will help folks open this up.
Yes. So let me put this caveat in really quickly, because I know you have other speakers who are a lot more knowledgeable in the practical application of money, which I really truly believe in. It's just not about energy. You practically get to be a certain way with money. You get to be a steward of money. But one thing that came in when you and I, before we started the conversation, what came in is entitlement. So what I've heard sometimes people do, and my clients actually find themselves in that place, is, but I'm doing all the right things. I'm owning my worth. I'm doing the self-love. I'm doing this and this. Well, you're doing the right things. So you feel like you're entitled to then receive, but you are not truly still owning.
Ooh, that's deep. That is so good. And we notice that we're doing it all the things. We're so action oriented. Like we're showing up, we're making the calls, we're giving the love, we're drawing the hearts, we're doing like, I feel like a lot of the doing, but
I love it.
And that's where a lot of us are, right? But if you think, oh, well, we're in a part of the doing, not the being, not the energy work is not being done so much as you're in the tactical, which is like not the energy flow, right? That is the blocking. So there is a difference, you guys. There's a difference.
Huge difference. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So and this is also juicy. And I know that my brain's popping off. So I know yours is. This is so good. I'm going to get to this next question, and then we'll kind of just flow on how much time we've got. And then we'll go into what Anna's giving away is so cool, you guys. But hold on. So the next question is, that person that is watching right now, speaking into that person, and tell them something that has the power to instantly rewire their relationship with money. So you just told them all these things here. And now with that conscious, being able to drop it into them and rewire their mind, that's going to change their life with money. How would you speak into their soul right now?
So I love that. And I can't rewire your brain. You got to do it yourself. And do the work. Don't ask somebody else to this. Derek, I love that you said it, because it gives me an opportunity to speak into responsibility, right?
Yeah.
Do the work, whatever it takes. And when I say do the work, I mean, shift in whatever you get to shift in, and be with whatever situation is coming up for you around money. So you can see all the places where you have stopped yourself from having everything you are here to have. Accept that if you want wealth, you can have it. Accept it. Just accept it, that it can be yours. And then what I see tends to happen for people is all the stories come in. Oh, but it hasn't shown up. Oh, but it's not here yet. Oh, but how it's going to happen. I'm inviting you right now to just let those stories float away. Yes, they're there. They're not going away. I get it. Let them just float away. Just sit them on, have them see sitting on the sidelines, and truly start accepting that it's possible for you to begin with, that you are here to not strive or struggle. That was the biggest thing for me. Give up the struggle, right? Give up the victim mentality around money, that somebody outside of me has control over where money will go, and then they will take it away when I have no control over it, right? So give up all of that. Just let it sit on the side. You don't have to completely give it up. Just let it sit on the side. And right now, and like I love Derica because that's exactly the visual I used to play with my clients with. Imagine that there is an opening the size of a straw right in your solar plexus and your heart. So somewhere in that area, you get to choose where it is. There is an opening that's the size of a straw. And just for a moment, as I'm speaking right now, allow it to start stretching open gently. It's a beautiful, gentle stretching. And when it stretches, it actually feels like you can take more air in. Like you can take more air in. It's not hurting anything. It's not breaking anything. It's just gently opening up. And then as it does, feel like there is a lot more flow available in your body right now. And that straw becomes a hose, and then allow yourself to see how much bigger you can allow it to be. You get to control how big it is. And accept that you are the only one who determines how big or small that space is. And what's coming in right now energetically, so I don't know who needs to hear this, but give up a story that when you have, somebody else suffers. So when you have, it equals somebody else suffers, they go without. Give it up. Give it up. What if every single time the money has flown through somebody and into your space, you are a stand that it expands in the world for everybody, including the person that just came through? If they choose it, because I believe we all have a choice. I really do. So let that flow open up for you. And sometimes there is a discomfort because there is a responsibility that comes with it. Now you get to be a responsible steward of money. You get to be responsible with how it flows, where it goes, what do you do with it, and who you be when you let it out, so you don't hoard it. Yes, it doesn't mean that you don't get to have investments and savings. And what if you allow it freely into the world, knowing that the more you expand out into the world with love and allowing the expansion to come through you, the more of it is available in the world, including for you.
Woo!
Good?
Where's my mic? I gotta drop it. Where's the mic drop? Oh my God.
Awesome.
Yes, that was on fire. There's so much gold in what you just said. And I feel it. I know that you're watching this is feeling it. That story just released. You set that story to the side, and any other stories, and your heart opened up, and you're just open, and you're that vortex of receiving. Thank you so much, Anna. I know you guys are feeling this. Hold on, we're not done. She just gave you all of that transformational wisdom, and now she's giving you something else. Anna, how can they connect with you? How can they get your gift, girl? Tell us a little bit more about it.
Great. So if you're on social media, I am on different platforms at Anna the Manifesting Artist. Okay, at Anna the Manifesting Artist. Now, if you click on whatever links you're sharing, Derica.
Yep, and I'll be here.
Yep. Awesome. Great. You have an access to a masterclass, a recording, a teaching, call it whatever you want to call it. I sat down and I mapped out 5 steps to how I came to birthing my highest soul level body of work in alignment with my purpose and prosperity, even though I wasn't sure what my purpose was. So it's available for you. It's 5 steps that I implemented, and then I kept implementing over and over again with my clients. It's coming together, bringing together who you are, why you're here, what it is that you came here to overcome, which is your life lesson, and then how do you merge your relationship with money so you can actually bring into the world that special gift, create an impact that you're here to make right now, because planet Earth is undergoing a tremendous transformation. And if you're awake, you're here to flow money through you in a very particular way, making an impact and receiving. I actually call it cleaning money through our system, so the money can be seen as a gift and a tool versus this thing that just keeps us stuck. So all of that is 5 steps in that recording, in that lesson, masterclass, call it whatever.
Yeah.
But it is a recording.
Oh my goodness, what a beautiful gift, you guys. That's just going to completely cement everything that she spoke about here today that we got to sit in and witness. That is, please get it. There's a link. You're going to get that right all in the comments. You're going to get the link to that, how to connect with her name, social media. I love everything about this woman. Every time I see anything she posts or puts out there, I feel the shift. So please do make that connect. Thank you again, Anna. Thank you so much. It was so beautiful. Mwah!
Thank you,
Anna's
Derica.
thank you. She's gonna exit the stage here. You all stay there. We're gonna get some water and keep going. But everyone, a round of applause, sending her out with this beautiful energy. Bye-bye. And welcome back. Woo! How did you guys like that? Was that great or what? Yes, yes, yes. All right, you guys, in just a few minutes here, I know we talked about kind of wringing out the sponge in between each amazing expert. So why don't you stretch just a little bit, because who I'm about to bring to the stage now, you guys be prepared. He is one of the most positive, enthusiastic people I know. Okay, he's going to bring a flavor to this Happy Money Mindset show that's going to be a perfect ingredient. He's going to talk about the health aspect on how our health is our true wealth. And so just know that this is going to be divine to your vibrational wealth consciousness shift in this moment. I'm going to bring him out to the stage. Let me get him up here. All right, all right, all right. Woo! And help me welcome Russ Yeager. Woo!
What's up, Derica? How are you?
Hey, good. I'm fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic as well. I have to say that might be the best compliment I've ever got. You said I'm one of the most positive people you know, and coming from you, I take that as a compliment. I've got my competition with you. I love your energy.
That's right. You guys, I told you the best of the best is going to be here. Every single person, you guys, he is the next beautiful breadcrumb. If I can call you a breadcrumb right now, Russ.
That's fine. I've been called worse.
He's the next step in this recipe, you guys, as you can see how it's all being tied together, right? How the information is sinking into us, rewiring our mindset. So we're going to start here with Russ. If you guys have not met him yet, I am going to read his awesome bio here before we jump into the juiciness of his show, okay? So here we go, you guys. Russ Yeager is known as a physique transformation expert and is currently one of the top fitness coaches in the world. Yes. After winning an international physique transformation contest himself, Russ was inspired to leave his career as a CPA and dedicated his life to helping others look and feel amazing, reach their goals they never thought was possible, and exercise their right to be awesome. Russ owns 2 private personal training studios in Atlanta, Georgia, is the author of Live Longer, Feel Better, and Look Great Naked. Yes! Can I get a yes, yes on that one? And has written for and appeared in numerous fitness publications. Again, welcome, Russ.
Thank you, Derica. It's great to be here. I appreciate what you're doing. I know how much it takes to put on an event like this. I see a buddy of mine, Holly, in here, so I feel at home. I'm excited.
Thank you, thank you. We're streaming here on Zoom. We're also streaming over on Facebook. We're streaming over on YouTube. And so there's hundreds of us coming together in this moment, in this mass collective here. But I feel your comfort. I feel your love here, and I know we all do. All right, Russ, we're going to get started right in this moment. First question for you. Can you tell me what your relationship with money, like what was your relationship with money in the past? And then tell us kind of what was that pivot point that shifted the flow of money for you in your life?
Definitely. So I grew up, in Alabama, middle class. My dad worked for Bell South for 39 years, before he passed away, had a good job, provided, saved, did all the normal stuff. And I remember driving around on the weekends, we would go to church and then we'd look at houses in the nice neighborhoods, the mansions, as my parents said it, and, called it. And I just remember thinking like there were people who were rich and had money, and it's just kind of the way it was, which now knowing what I know, it sounds crazy, but I literally thought it's just kind of some people are born, where they have money, and some people are born where they're middle class like we were, which was great. I was very happy, had a great childhood. And, some people were poor and that there was no control over that. And so just like I imagine a lot of people, most people probably, I had to overcome, those limiting beliefs. In terms of any one moment, I think it's been I know it's been an ongoing journey and continues to be. Like lots of people, I've had a few defining moments in my life. If there's one I have to pick out with money, it was right after, so I grew up the chubby kid, right? This is why I do what I do today. I wore the husky pants, going back to school, wore the white t-shirt, the pool, friggin' hated it, got teased. And I wanted to be one of the fit, lean, muscly guys like I saw in the magazine. I wanted the abs, I tried on my own, had some decent success, but never really got it. So finally at 27, I entered one of those 12 weeks before and after contests. Body transformation contest. I hired a coach. I got serious. I took my body fat from 25% to under 5%, won the contest, and my friends and coworkers were like, dude, what the heck happened to you? Can you help me? And that's how I quit. I started as a CPA. I'm a CPA, by trade, working for one of the big firms. But after that moment, I know this is what I was put on earth to do, what God put me on earth to do. And shortly, it's funny how once you start getting on the right path and get in alignment with what you're supposed to be doing, you can just feel it. Things start to flow. And I have actually my coach, this guy named Skip LaCour. He was the top natural bodybuilder in the world at that time. He's 59. We're getting old. He's still great friends. He still looks incredible, better than any 20-year-old, and we're great friends. But he was my coach who helped me win that contest. He introduced me to a money self-help seminar, and he said, hey, here's what happened. I went to the old real estate wealth expos, if anybody remembers those, and Robert Kiyosaki, Donald Trump, Tony Robbins were there. It was like a stacked lineup. And there was this guy, this Marshall Silver guy, who was a hypnotist and like millionaire maker. And I went to his hypnotist show. That's a whole nother story. I was one of the people in the audience, or one of the people that was in the act. And anyway, I went to his money-making event the next day and then signed up for his in-person thing. I reached out to Skip, my old coach, and he's like, I've been working with Marshall. Funny how that happened. So I went to that event, and this is the first time I heard all these like theories and all these different things. And it made me realize like, oh, wait, maybe I can control, my relationship with money and wealth. So that was the first big aha for me. But it's been an ongoing, thing. Like the 46-year-old version of myself right now, like looks at the 36-year-old version and is like, man, you were messing around. You didn't know anything. And I'm sure the 56-year-old version is, looking at me saying, dude, like, step it up. You're not anywhere near your potential yet.
Yeah, I love that. I love that whole story, but I'm going to tell you something funny right on that too, because what you just said, and I think all of you here can feel that. We look at ourselves even 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and me and my husband do this often. We're like, oh my gosh, remember 5 years ago when we said that? Like, we were so dumb. There's so many times, right? Because we're continually maturing. And I love how you said this is a life lesson. Really, this is a continuum of you growing into this knowledge. So thank you for sharing those great pivot points, where you came from, middle class. You thought people were just kind of born into what they were born into, but you had this big awakening that we can shift all of that we can change it.
100%. And now I know some people are born into wealth, some people are born into poverty, but we know those can change. People, Oprah Winfrey, right? Born into poverty, one of the richest, women in the world, and, one of the most successful, well-known people in the world. And then people who, born into riches, but they don't have the right money mindset, and they lose it all. Or even if they don't lose it all, they ruin their lives with drugs and depression and all that kind of other stuff.
Yeah. So I started this off today with saying that we're a product of our environment, Russ, and I kind of explained how we all have a story and we become that product, but we actually get to change from the inside, and we begin to change the outside to a new environment. And so that really does piggyback on what you're saying right here. Can you explain, in your line of work, all the coaching you've done, all the years that you've been on this planet, your experience of wealth, what have you seen being the biggest limitation that people are suffering from? That's that limiting belief that's holding them back from just opening up their wealth and abundance.
Man, I don't know if there's one. I mean, we also have so many limiting beliefs. I'll say the one thing, over, I think, even beliefs that's holding people back is lack of discipline and consistency. When people, like I tell people, I'm proud of winning that contest at 27 years old. But, a lot of people go through a 12-week transformation. But what I'm most proud of is for the past 20 years, I've stayed in shape. I know more people that used to be in shape than are still in shape today. And same thing with money. A lot of people can figure out how to make money. Very few people can figure out how to keep it. And I'm grateful for my mentors who taught, my dad being the first of it, even though he never, was massively rich, he taught me about saving in an early age, just putting money in the S&P 500 and letting it ride, and, being conservative. And then now having mentors like Grant Cardone, I do a lot of work with him in teaching, like, what he teaches is live off of 40% of your money. 40% goes to the IRS, 20%, live off of 20% of your income, 40% to the IRS, 20% you live off of, and 40% goes into a fund you can't touch. And then you invest that, into things like real estate. And we've been doing that for, for, I don't know, about 7, 8, 9 years, and we've built up a nice, nest egg where we're making, 6 figures passive income now from our real estate. But it takes a tremendous amount of discipline. Like, a lot of people think, well, oh, you don't, well, I like buying cars, and, I like all the fancy stuff in the club. I like all that stuff too. But I just know I would rather get financial freedom first and then enjoy all the things. So I think it's a lack of discipline. We're in an age now where people want instant gratification, something I try to teach with my kids, right now. And but if you can be disciplined and consistent, it's the same thing with your money and with your body, then you're going to have the benefits in the future. It's like they say, you can either, if you do the easy things, you'll have a hard life. If you do the hard things, you'll have an easy life. And I think that's very true.
Oh my gosh, so much gold being dropped here, you guys. Pen and paper, just please make sure you have that. It's absolutely true. So yes, well said, Russ. And living below your means is something that's most people is not told, right? It's like live at your means, but it's really living beneath your means is where you get to save, right? You get to save your money. I love how you're bringing up the action side of this, because we are part human, right? We do have the part action, but we also have that part energetic being. We talked a lot about the energetic side, but Russ is going to speak into this more action side. So when you tap into your wealth here, well, there's actual action steps now that you take, right? If money is that tangible thing that coming in, what are these action steps that you do? And so one thing you just said, like, don't spend it. Delayed gratification, right? It's like one of those things, we don't have to have everything we're ever going to want right now. Let's sit in that patience.
Delayed gratification. And also, I love Grant, Cardone, but he's like, if you want the lifestyle now, go make more money. You don't have to live below your means, but you got to stay disciplined on the 40-40-20 rule. So just go make, a crap ton more money, and then you can, have what you want now and build wealth. But you're so right. I mean, it's, I'm big action. I'm a practical guy. I'm not an expert on, law of attraction, manifestation, but I do know it works. I practice, all of those things. And I have noticed, like, I've done things the hard way. So again, you got to get out and do the work. Nothing replaces that, and you got to be consistent. But I have noticed when I used to, and it's just within a few years, my wife and I think differently about money, and we would have not big fights, but arguments where I'd be stressed about it. And then one day I just decided, like, I'm not going to worry about that. Like, that's a scarcity mindset, even though I didn't think I had it. I'm like, it's a scarcity mind. And I just let go. And what I've noticed, and this is where, I'm a practical guy, but whenever I'm not stressed about money and I feel happy about it and comfortable with it, and I do things like invest and give even more so, I have more than I feel like I should. It's almost like magic. So you can't replace the work, but absolutely having that healthy mindset, with money is important, but it takes work. It works. Law of attraction, manifestation. I mean, better than me, all of it works, but it's kind of like working out. Like, if you go to the gym 3 or 4 times a week, you eat a sensible plan, like, it's not going to happen overnight, but you will get results. Same thing with manifestation, affirmations, but most people don't do it consistently.
So good, you guys. It's changing the wheel of what we're taught. We align first, like he says, the patience, the letting go of not worrying, what Anna is saying, the open and the giving, and then we act from that place. So what I'm hearing you say, Russ, is like, get aligned, to let go of that scarcity mindset, release what's stopping us, and then act hard, act consistently. Right? Like, go all the way in that action, and that feels good, right? If you look at him, he's so positive, like he's ready to work 18 hours a day because he's in the alignment, right? And that's what we're seeing the results. Other side of that wheel is that we're going and working and we're on the hamster wheel. We're getting nowhere fast because we're acting from a place of scarcity. We're acting from a place of the program versus what you're saying, like tapping in to that ease and just going from that place. Oh, that is so good.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It makes life more enjoyable too. Like we don't know how long of a, bus ride is, my friend Jesse Itzler talks about, you get on, you don't know when the bus ride's going to stop. Like we don't know. And, one of my goals is to live to 100, at least be healthy, fit, mobile, but like, nobody knows. So, nothing is worth, stressing out, too much about.
Well, that actually goes right in line to what I was going to say. That person that's watching you right now, Russ, they're facing that brick wall. They're in that rut. They're stuck. They don't know what next to do. Nothing's actually working. No real results are coming in. And you started to speak into that. I could feel that energy. Could you keep going? You're speaking to that person right now, ready to hear you, ready to tap into what they need to hear. What would you say?
Yeah. So my kids started doing karate just last week. I was out of town at an event. And so I took them for the first time today. And the instructor was fantastic. I'm a big believer in martial arts for discipline. I did it. And there was a poster on the wall. It said, a black belt is a white belt who never quit. And I thought that was so awesome. Like every successful person, I am feeling this right now. So I would say to the person, like, I'm at a certain level of success that I never thought I've had. I still know I'm nowhere near my full potential, but now what's coming up in me, all the like trials and challenges and doubts and fear that, where you just want to give up and quit. And every single successful person like has been through that. So don't quit, like keep showing up and, and have a good, now you need to be wise, have a good path, like know where you're going. First, take the time to know what you want. Because some people are running up a friggin' mountain full speed and they're not really going where they want to go. So figure out where you want to go, not where somebody else thinks you should go. And then get a mentor, get a coach, because they're going to get you there faster, and get someone who has done what you want to do. I know it sounds simple, but so many people are getting advice from people who, don't have what they want. So figure out what you want, make a commitment to getting it, get a coach to give you a direction, then get 100% committed and never quit.
Ooh,
and know that the challenges and the brick walls it's just part of it. It's part of it. It's a reason to quit, or it's a reason to keep going to get what you want, and you get to decide.
You feel that? You hearing that? Find out what you want, what lights up your heart. That's your path, not what your mom said, not what your uncle said. It's what lights you up inside. And then marry that thing. You commit to it, right? You like sign your name. That thing is yours. That's whole the commitment, right? The discipline. And I'm going to go forward with this thing no matter if I fall all the time and I make an ass out of myself. I embarrass myself doing all the things. I'm never going to give up. Like you said, the white belt is just someone who, they just quit and didn't get the black belt, but they could have been. You can be. Align with what you're wanting, commit to it. Get a coach, huge on mentorship. Get someone who's been where you're at and has what you want. Right? Would you say that's good? And then go. Use this energy that you have as a human. Keep putting that energy in your health and allowing that to make you be consistent and disciplined and chasing your dream.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about the health part much, which is, what I do. I mean, my personal mission is to help people get the physical, mental, and emotional health they need to live a life they love. And, to live a life you love, you've got to have your health, and a lot of people say, well, what does health have to do with money? It's like the old, adage, the man or woman who, has their health has a million wishes. The person who doesn't have their health has one, they want their health. And so money is extremely important. You can, we live on an economic planet. We can't do things for other people and for ourselves and have the full experience without money. But you've got to have your health. And Warren, I always give this example to business owners. I'm sure there's a lot of business owners, entrepreneurs on here, is, if you had $1 billion piece of equipment that was the most important piece of equipment in your company, ran everything, generated all the revenue, would you run it 24/7, redline it, never do maintenance and hope it doesn't break down? Well, of course not. But as most business owners, unless you completely worked yourself out of the business, which most people haven't, you're your most important asset. And even if you have worked out of the operations, your mind is most important. So I help them realize, like, it's not an option to take care of your health. It's literally mandatory for your business, not only for the long-term effect. You give Warren Buffett, one of the richest men alive, talks about one of the reasons he is so successful. He's had a long time to do it. But you also get an immediate benefit. When you get an awesome workout, you walk into the office or the Zoom meeting, a different man or woman, and your clients, your prospects, your team members will respond to you in a different way. So you got to take care of your health and your wealth.
Absolutely. First and primary. You guys know how closely connected the mind-body connection is, and I don't care who you are. If you have a headache, if you're overweight, if you're feeling bad in your health, you're really not going to be thinking about your dreams and goals. You're really not going to be feeling too good in your alignment if your physical vehicle is off. So I'm a huge, and that's why Russ is here to speak into that health aspect being your first wealth. Russ, I know here we are on time. Can you give little nuggets about health real quick, and then how can they connect with you to learn more?
Definitely. So, man, I could do a whole hour on your health. So I'm gonna, I think we talked about, I'm gonna give your audience my brand new book. Just came out. I rewrote it with 2021 updates. Live Longer, Feel Better, Look Great Naked. It's an ebook, so you guys can go to either freenakedbook.com. Be careful typing that in. You might get something you don't want. Although Derek let me know there's some challenges with that URL, maybe the name. So if that doesn't work, or if you just want to go to the other one, just russyeager.com/book. You can get the book for free, and it goes over all my philosophies, everything, because I was trained by top natural bodybuilders. Eat your chicken and broccoli every 2 hours, your protein shakes, you work out cardio in the morning, weights at night, and that works. But the problem is it's not realistic or sustainable. So my mission for the past, 5 years, especially since I've had kids, dad of 3, running 3 businesses, I'm a busy guy, is I want to be mobile, I want to be healthy, I want to live a long time, but I also want to still have the abs, and I want to eat things like pizza, ice cream, have some margaritas with my wife. And I've been asking myself, how can I do that? Is that possible? First of all, I realize one of my other mentors teaches quality of your questions is the quality of your outcome. A better question is that possible? How can I do that? So that's what I figured out. And what I help people do is, work out 3 to 4 times a week, maybe 5 times a week, eat sensible, meal plan with foods that you enjoy, because if you try to completely deprive yourself, eat no carbs, all that kind of stuff, it will work for a period of time, but it's not sustainable. And to be able to have a body, you feel happy about when you look in the mirror, energy and health. So I would say, the first thing is to make a decision, make a commitment, read through the book. I'm happy to answer any questions, that you guys have, and then get some kind of plan and start executing it. And if you want, one thing is include some kind of strength training in your program. I know we're out of time for me to explain why that's so important, regardless of your goals, whether it's losing fat, having energy, having health, you want to include some kind of strength training.
Beautiful. Perfect. And you guys, there is a replay page, Russ, where here's our video, then it's going to be how do we connect with you, and it's also going to be the free link to his gift. So you're going to be able to please download that book right away. Get it, because we scratched the surface here today, and that was the mission, to get you to that next spot. So connect with Russ. I'm telling you, this is the next best thing you got to do for your body, for your mind, for your wealth. Thank you so much, Russ. This has been wonderful. We're gonna let you go back to working out. And
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to my 4-year-old twins are having a birthday party this afternoon, so that's where I'm going. Last tip: water. Our bodies are 70% water. And so we need a lot of it. Sparkling water is, to me, tastes delicious, can help blunt your appetite and keep you hydrated.
Would you say, I love that brand. I'm always, and you guys probably have this question, the brand of water. I'm like a water brand freak.
This is Pellegrino. We don't discriminate. So it's like literally a fun thing. We have we get the different flavors, try all the different stuff. I'm really big on Topo La Chico. It's in the glass bottle. It feels like you're drinking like a Mexican. They have a lime. It feels like you're drinking some kind of Mexican beer, but it's mineral water, no calories, tastes really good.
Woo! See, more gold. Thank you, Russ. You have fun at that birthday party.
Thank you, Derek. I appreciate you. Appreciate you guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. All right, guys. Woo! We're going to get our moment to release the sponge. Woo! You guys, how are you feeling? Was that great or what? Has this been great so far? Take a deep breath. Whew. Release some of that. I know for me, I'm so excited right now. I feel the inspiration. So many aha moments. So many things are in the comments. You guys, what just opened up for you? Can you tell me, like, what did you just gain? And you can do that for Julie, Anna, or Russ so far. So many, right? So many. Type in, type in. One thing I'll say for Julie, we've got a few minutes. We're going to just recalibrate here. Julie was, if you feel unworthy, if you ever feel unworthy, to take a breath. Take a breath, because if you're breathing, you are worthy of having it all. And then something else that that Anna and Julie said together was the bridge. Do you guys remember? And even Russ jumped into this a bit, is that bridging the physical body to our energetic body, right? So there's that gap, and we're bridging the two, right? That was a big aha moment. I'm loving these comments. Oh yes, I love all of this. Appreciate you all. And yes, Russ, consistency is key. I also heard from Russ, decision. You guys, making a firm decision is a first step that activates the law of attraction. It's a first step that says, wow, you decide to have this thing. And it's not just any decision. Russ said committed, right? It's a firm decision. You don't just decide Monday and change Tuesday. This is saying, I want to be wealthy. I want to be abundant in love and relationships and experiences and cash. You say, I'm going to do it. That's it, period. It all starts with this birthing of a firm decision. And there's so many nuggets of gold that is just pouring out. Oh yes, Holly says money doesn't come from, it comes through. That was massive. And actually everyone too, as you can see, all of our experts here, they're all aligned. Everyone said that in different little pieces, right? The coming through, the coming within, and then it comes from the outside. You transmit it and then you receive it. Everyone said it starts here, right? And how we tap into that wealth is tapping into our worthiness. Ooh, the value of ourselves. Yes, yes, yes. Right? So I love it. You're putting in the comments over, streaming on Facebook, streaming over on YouTube, putting it out there. What was those big moments? This is also why, you guys, the replays are so important, because there were so many nuggets of gold that was just given in these 20, 40, 60 minutes from 3 different experts. You know, it's like, the replays. One of the first laws of the universe is the law of repetition. The law of repetition. This is how we're rewiring our mind. So watch those replays. If you got the free version, watch the replays as much as you can over the next 48 hours. Okay, the VIP opportunity I'm going to drop right now. Can you drop the link? You guys, I'm feeling this. I want you to have this information for a lifetime. Okay, for a lifetime. This is a gift that's going to keep on giving. Keep on giving. This is the laws of repetition, us rewatching those, as well as the masterclass coming, as well as the 30-minute coaching for me, all comes in that package. But the opportunity is here again. You guys, wring out those sponges. I want you to get some water. I have a dynamic connection couple coming up next that's just going to blow your minds and raise your vibration bigger than it already is. These are coaches of mine. These are best friends of mine. I love these people, and they always just make me get goosebumps every time I talk to them, every time I see them in action. The extremely wise couple, they are coming up next. We got woo, woo, woo. Yes, yes, yes. Just take a few more moments. Water, snacks. I'm going to have a perfect bar here in a second. Stretch your legs. Get ready. Adjust your position. Okay, you guys. Get a fresh piece of paper if you need. I guarantee you're going to take a lot of notes coming up. A lot of notes. Let me get my drink. Woo. All right, you guys, how are you feeling? Wiggle your bodies. Are you getting excited? Stretch, stretch. We've been together 2 hours. Can you believe it? 2 hours already. How is that energy of yours feeling? Are you inspired? Give me a yes, yes, yes. Over Facebook, YouTube. I'm loving it. Hundreds of us are here in this moment, you guys. Hundreds of us in a mastermind moment, streaming from 3 different platforms. Yes! This is a pivotal moment that's going to change your life with wealth and abundance forever. This is your moment. Let us in. Let us in. Come on. Here we go. Here we go. You know what? I don't think Ken and Maris would mind if we go on just a couple minutes early. Cheer him on. Give me a yes, and I could get him here. I could get him here. Woo! Yes, yes, yes. Here we go, you guys. Woo!
Oh! Hey, Derica and everybody. We're so happy to see you all here on this amazing Saturday. This is Surrender Saturday.
It is.
It is Surrender Saturday. Yes. So surrender. What do we get to surrender to today? We get to surrender to being present with some amazing people, being present with Derica, being present with all of you, some familiar faces we see here. And today we get to surrender to that. We get to surrender to our thoughts about our relationship with happy money mindset.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Erica, this has been awesome. We've been watching and we've been getting our own little nuggets. So this is phenomenal. Phenomenal. Thanks for including us.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you've done this. We've done this. Everyone, I feel like this is all of our manifestation, right? We put that desire out there, and then you got the email, you got the text, you got the call. Like, we all seen it, and we're all here because of our own desire, our own creation. So I can't even take that credit. Maris, I can't take the credit. You guys are so powerful. I mean, this was such a collective occurrence. So thank you guys, and thank you guys, like pat all of each other, pat yourselves on the back for making this happen. Woo! Okay, you guys, I'm gonna jump right into, I mean, can you feel the energy? Look at the background. Look at their background.
And we can disappear.
Be prepared, guys, because life is supposed to be fun. And all of this that we are doing and learning here, the first thing is us feeling good, us having fun, right? That's alignment. So we're going to be laughing a lot today. I can feel it. They have such an incredible energy. Before I read their bio, I kind of want to tell you, my relationship with them is so incredible. I love them. I love them so dearly. They entered my life through a phenomenal actual leadership as well. I was just talking about Anna. I met them through an incredible program of transformation, and they both at different times were my coach. And they got to know very intimate sides of me and help me break through some of my own programs and paradigms that I needed to release in scarcity and things that were holding me back. And since then, I mean, they're family to me. They're best friends. They do this for people all the time. They're on an incredible journey of life through their own, which they'll get into, and then helping so many others. And it's just beginning for them. So I'm very honored to share them for 20 minutes or so with you. This is life-changing. So I love you guys. Thank you for being here.
Oh,
Thank you.
our honor, truly our honor. And let's be really clear. We are all dealing with our wealth blocks, right? Our money blocks. It happens to all of us. No one's alone. We're not standing alone in a field. And I know for me and for us as a couple, on a constant basis, we're saying, you know what? It's not just us. It's not just us. And especially as a couple, it's been something that we've really worked bringing our own issues and us as a couple to the forefront so that we could actually navigate through coaching over the last number of years, especially how to get to next. That's been the big thing. How to get to next from a place of presence and not from a place of our past, right? Because what comes up for us around these issues are not about today, It's about the impact of something from yesterday, from a year ago, from 5 years ago, from 20 years ago, for maybe a little bit longer for some of us who might be in our other era. But it's just something that we get to acknowledge in ourselves every day, that we get to just navigate through.
Yes, and I mean, I think that for us, talking about your relationship to money, your relationship to that wealth, but really it's your relationship to abundance. It's relationship to how you see abundance in your life, and whether you see your life as abundant or whether you see it as in scarcity. Before we get to relationship, there's one piece, and that is connection. And we have been honored to be connected with Derica and several other of you who are on the call today, that we've made that connection. And one of the things we've learned is that nothing happens without connection. There's no relationship until you have connection. So first step is connection. So we want to talk a little bit about that. And Derica, you just ask us, lead this however you want to. We're in your hands.
Oh, my heart is already so warm. I'm like, just keep talking. Yes, you're right. When you said that, I was like, oh gosh, connected to ourselves, connection to our partners, our kids, our everything in life, everything we want to do. It's all about connecting to those and to it. And so I know you're going to dive into that. Oh, and the importance of that. I'm going to read a little bit of the bio.
Just a little.
This will all be in the members page, okay? So you'll have full access again to them, the bio. Their free gift is also phenomenal. You'll see all of that coming, okay? So I'm gonna give you a little snippet. Ken Ashby and Maris Siegel, the connection couple, bring a creative, collaborative voice to issues, causes, brands, and individuals to impact lives. As personal and business success consultants, strategists, coaches, and award-winning executive producers, their work with the public and private sectors over the past 30 years has connected and united diverse populations across a wide spectrum of businesses, policies, and social issues in the U.S. and abroad. Oh man, I can keep going.
Yeah.
That's enough.
I think that's enough.
They're the best leadership coaches and coaches. So, but you'll be able to read all this in a bit. So if we go into that, you guys, the relationship, yes, this was not just about wealth. I love how you said that, Ken. It's about abundance, tapping into that. Can you give us a snapshot of what your guys' relationship was like with money in the past? And what was that pivot point for you that changed the flow of abundance?
Well, I will start off here, and then I'm sure Maris will chime in.
Sure.
But my first relationship was an interesting thing that happened to me when I was growing up. My dad was a minister. He was going to theological seminary, working very hard. My mom was working at a bank. My dad and I would cut grass in Louisville, Kentucky. We would go out and mow lawns together to make a few bucks and to really try to pay his way through the theological seminary. And maybe have a church on the weekends where he was preaching. And so I grew up a preacher's kid. And I was never hungry. I always had love in my life. And I loved my family and they loved me. But one Christmas Eve, maybe the day before Christmas Eve, there came a check in the mail to my parents. It was unexpected. It was something that came to them through the family and through my granddad, who had a farm, and there was some big thing that happened with the farm, and they received a check on Christmas Eve. So obviously in that time of year, in the holidays and Hanukkah or Christmas or whatever holidays we celebrate, there's that feeling that's inside you. When that money came to my family, I saw the joy on my parents' face of receiving something that they weren't expecting.
And a relief, you told me.
And a relief for them to say, whew. And to me, that was my first experience of happy money. It's money that you brings a smile to your face. So that was kind of my first experience with understanding, and maybe I didn't understand it at the time, but over the years I've looked back on it. And that happy money has also gone into a savings account, has gone into a checking account of abundance for me for my whole life. I've remembered the moment, I remembered what it feels like, and it's with me today, still in the account. It's flowed through me all my life. And that's the happy money feeling.
So that's for Ken. I think, we come at this, it's interesting because we come at this both from an individual perspective and a couple's perspective. And the fact is, whatever we bring to it is whatever we get connected in it, right? So that's often the challenge. I think for both of us, it was this space of, wow, I'm not sure there's enough. So for me, I literally grew up in a household. My parents were amazing people, and they came at it from their own angle. But I was constantly embattled in this space of my parents yelling at each other at the top of their lungs, there's not enough money. There's not enough money. There's just not enough. What are you doing? There's not enough. And that stress and that constant anxiety was so painful for me growing up. And that being said, still, my mother would really step into this. I mean, we never lacked for anything. My mother was a constant shopper. So here I heard on a regular basis, there's not enough. But yet I was watching my mother say, oh, but we deserve it, and spend money on clothing or other things. And then I would hear my father then say to us as kids, money doesn't grow on trees. And we would literally get charged on a weekly basis if we left the lights on 25 cents every time the lights were left on. You too. Derek is going, oh yeah, me too. So what comes from that, right? So for me, what came from that was, okay, there's not enough, but I deserve. There's not enough, but I deserve. That is complete conflict. In fact, there was enough. There was always enough, right? So that whole space of what is enough? What is enough, right? And I think we get to come to this space. So for me, the pivot, this is an important question that you asked. And Derica, thank you for asking this question. And I want everybody to think about this. What is your current relationship to money? Put it in the chat. What is your current relationship to money? While you're doing that, the pivot for me specifically was when I was a high school student. Actually, college student, sorry, just my first year of college, I started writing for the local newspaper. And I kept thinking, oh my gosh, making money is going to have to be hard. I'm going to have to make money. I have to do it because there's never going to be enough. Oh my gosh, there's never going to be enough. And so when I was in college, I started writing for the local newspaper. And the first time I got my check, and I opened it up and I realized, okay, this is really incredible. I just got to do something that was easy. And I got to share a message, and holy moly, I just got paid for it. So all of a sudden, that feeling, that evidence that it isn't something that had to be hard was a huge shift for me. Over the next number of years, I really dealt with how to make it easier, right? How to get into that and be in that abundance mindset, and that it does get to be easy. But this was a constant issue for me as I got into my professional life, as I got into my first marriage, how we navigated that. These were all the issues. And I think when we recognize first that I am enough first, that when I start inside, because it's an inside job, when I start first with I am enough, and I show the evidence of I've made money, I have work, I have God-given talents, and everything I need is inside of me. That was the big pivot for me in particular. And Ken, we've shared this. We've shared this conversation as a couple, that we got to be in recognition of what we need is inside of us, and we are enough. So the notion of what is enough, right? And I think that's that big question. And what we're seeing here, I just want to read the chat a little bit.
Yeah, I was just seeing the chat.
It's complicated.
What you complicated,
Griselda.
it's complicated. Distance plus longing. I love money, and I make money, but not all the money I would like. So
There's not enough.
We understand there's not enough.
I don't fit the mold of a person making significant money. So that's interesting. So that's that whole looking outside. So the first thing we really want to invite everybody to do is to just be in a quiet space. Can you guys all just close your eyes for a sec?
Me too.
Yeah, you too.
Okay.
You too. Close your eyes for a sec. And I want you to take anything you feel that's negative around money. It's not enough. It's complicated. The longing. I don't fit the mold. Put that in your hands and put your hands out in front of you and take all those emotions and all those feelings and close your hands. Feel how small a space this is in front of you. Okay, these are words that have huge limiting belief impact, but they're very small in your hand right now. Feel how that feels. How does it feel to just hold these words that are so small? Be in that and take the big feeling around it and know, I love money, but it's complicated. I don't fit the mold. It's not enough. Live in that space for a minute. Be quiet in it. Feel the feels around it. Now I want you to open up your hands and open up your eyes. Bring your hands to your mouth and blow the words away from you.
And while you're there, leave your hands open. And what happens when you open your hands? You receive, you connect with the world around you, you connect with what's inside of you, and now you're open to receive. So once you let it go, you make space to receive.
And that's possibility. Those are the possibilities. And part of why we have all the imagery behind us with color is because we go through our day feeling often many different colors. So I've actually put a color when I'm feeling negative about my money. The color for me is black. So I get to blow purple and blues and yellows and possibilities into the world. And that's where it starts. It really is an inside job.
So
I'm so wrapped up in I'm in the audience right now, you guys. That was such, as we talked about it earlier, how powerful visualization and setting intention. So bringing in the imagery to these programs that we're releasing is such a powerful experience. Give me yes, yes, and powerful if you felt that. I mean, even me to this day, like I had not enough in my hand. Like, come on, right? And that, seeing that go, and I literally started shaking. I could feel like this pulsate in my body, this raise in my frequency. Who felt that? How lucky are we to be experiencing this right now? Okay, I'm gonna go on to the next question real quick. You've brought up some of the things already. Everyone did. It's distant, it's long, I'm not good enough, I don't fit the mold, there's not enough to go around. Is there any other one coming up for you right now, if we could touch into for just a few minutes, that you've seen in all your years of coaching? Is there some other limiting belief that you can hack away out of us right now?
Well, I think the biggest thing, and we're seeing it here actually in numerous ways, is not enough, right? Not enough. There's never enough. There's just enough, but not enough to be comfortable. There's just enough to cover my bills. And when I tell you guys, I mean, and let's be honest, Ken, for Ken and I, navigating this issue together has not been an easy one as a couple. Because Ken came from an interesting mindset, which is his family was very happy. They always just had enough. They worked for it. So as we got into our couplehood, right, how we were managing our money and the just enough, for me, really drove the fear of there will never be enough if there's just enough, right? Oh my God, we struggled through it. We really struggled through it. And so that's what we find with most people is it's literally about there's not enough, or I'm in fear of it, or I'm not the person who can do that and be that millionaire. Remember that we are the same people. When I worked for Clinton, one of the things that I noticed was we all put our pants on, we all put our shirts on, we all take showers, we all live in the same organized process in life. And
We don't need to clarify that at all.
correct.
Yeah,
We don't
okay.
need to clarify that. We don't need to clarify. But
She's
We all do the
blushing
same
now.
things.
She's blushing now. So, well, I think
anyway, but my
what-
point is, we all go through it, and I
Right.
think the relief of knowing that we all go through
So
it.
I want to say that you've had so many great speakers today. Anna talked about a lot of this, and many of your other speakers. But it is really, I want to see that all of us on the call today get to accept that we're all millionaires. We are all millionaires. Money is something that is meant to flow. Money is meant to be exchanged. A little known fact, maybe you all know you've heard the word salary before. Who likes to get a salary? Yeah? A lot of people like to get a salary.
Wait, can I
Okay.
ask for a raise?
No, sorry. Sorry. We all like to get a salary. You know where the word salary came from? It's been with us for thousands of years. It's when the Roman soldiers, it comes from a word meaning salt, in Latin, sal, and salary is when the Roman soldiers got paid, they were paid in salt. So have you heard the phrase, are you worth your salt? Is that guy worth his salt? What's
Worth
his
your weight in salt, and- yeah, yeah.
So we have this word that hangs around that's really nothing more than salt was the exchange. It's not the money, it's whatever the exchange is that we have in our lives. We are all millionaires in the sense that we have something to exchange with the world. And in an exchange, you flow something out and it flows back to you. That's why it's called an exchange. Money is meant to be exchanged, not hoarded, not protected, not cheated on. Money is meant to flow. So let the millionaire side of you inside of you establish that exchange. Understand that you have something to exchange and that you will get the flow back to you. And you are all millionaires. We are all millionaires, and we live in that abundance of our lives, which has way more to do than with a dollar bill or a checking account or any of that.
That is so good. You guys, you're hearing this, my mind is like, my neurons are going crazy. To hear it, we've heard flavors of this and different ways, and how we spin it sinks a little differently in our mind. But the first time of hearing where salary came from as being salt, like I don't want salt, right? We don't want the salt, but we want everything. If we think of it as the wealth as an exchange of everything, of the love, of the adventure, of
Exactly.
the hugs, that all of that being our wealth, and all of that
Exactly.
comes as we tune into it, right? As we exchange it, as we give it and receive it. So it's changing how we view money. We're changing our perception and definition of money in entirety.
Well, we all know that from we all watch films, we see television, we watch Zoom, that POV, or point of view, has everything to do with how you see the world. What your point of view is really affects how you come into the world. So you can change your point of view. You can change that. That is a choice we all get to make. What is your point of view on your abundance? What is your point of view as the flow of energy and the flow of exchange in your life?
Yes.
So I want to make sure we don't run out of time, Derek. I'll
Yes.
let you.
We're basking. This is so good. Okay, you said so much beautiful words. We are going to get into what Ken Maris is actually giving to I don't know. Okay, I'll let her get into how many and what that is going to be exactly about. But if you have any final words, there's been so much wisdom drop here, but we've got a couple minutes. Any last final words you want to give that's coming?
Yeah, well, I think what we'd like to do is actually challenge everybody. So I'm going to ask you guys to write a couple things down here. One of the things, and you're hearing this, I'm sure consistently, sort of from all of us, but we're hearing some language that I think is really important, and it's sort of principles that we work with, and that is, desire, relationship, intention, vision, empowerment. So I'm going to ask you to take these words, and I'm going to challenge you this week to create a declaration.
Me too.
You too, buddy. You're in.
Okay.
To create a declaration. Ken and I will do ours on Monday. To create a declaration. And that declaration comes first from a place of desire. What is it that we desire? Right? And remember that we're now in this place of openness. What is it that we desire? It's give, it's take, it's flow, it's back. Okay, what is it we desire? Declare what you desire. So for us, we're saying, great, by the end of the year, we desire we'll be debt-free. I'm being hypothetical. And then we get to build a plan to that. Okay, that's number one. Number two in this challenge, and this is what you get to do this week, is you get to say, what is my desire? What am I declaring? And you're going to look at your relationship with money this week. And you're going to write down, what is my relationship with money? The negative and evidence on the positive. So the positive side is my evidence with money, my positive evidence with money is I've actually always had a paycheck doing one thing or another, whether or not it's working as a bank teller in a grocery store, as a librarian, as a leader, as a coach, as an executive. There has always been money. Everything I've needed has been inside of me. Okay, so desire, declaration, relationship. You're going to write that down, the relationship. Intention. Okay, I know what I desire now. I know what I'm declaring. What is my intention to see that come through? What is my intention? My intention is by the end of the year, I will have taken these steps. I am committed, and these are the steps. This is my commitment to the action. Then I want you to really take this big vision and say, okay, here's my short term, but my long term vision is I want to have $250,000 in the bank in 4 years. Set a 4-year goal for the big vision. And then the next thing you're going to do when you do all that, and you've written that down, is you're going to take yourself to the mirror. And at the end of 5 days, you're going to look at yourself in the mirror and you're going to say, I desire this. I am declaring this. I have shifted in my relationship with money. My intention and my vision are this. And I am now empowering myself in relationship to everybody else to make this change. So that's what you get to do over the next 5 days. And we also challenge you every morning to wake up and stand in front of the mirror in gratitude and be in recognition that the evidence of the money that you've been able to make is really about what is inside of you to be able to deliver back out and to be in receipt of that energy that will flow. Make it simple. Keep it simple.
So we call this DRIVE, D-R-I-V-E, desire, relationship, intention, vision, and an empowering.
And declare it. You will declare it
in that.
To be so.
So, Derek, I think we're out of time, and we want to.
This is good, you guys. I love that. We're going to have the replay page available for everyone. So you guys, again, just watch this. You'll have the notes. You'll also have the gift to their free link and how to connect with them and this video so you can go over what was just dropped here, all this gold. So it's going to be here. Don't worry about taking too many notes at the moment. Any final words on your gift before we switch over to our next powerhouse?
Yeah, I would just say that we would love to speak with anybody, and I think we've given a link in there so you can get the Calendly link, and we've got some times available. So we'd be happy to have a little coaching, just conversation, just get to meet you and get to understand where you're headed and what you're doing, and if there's something we can do to be supportive. We're here, and it lights us up, it turns on our lives, and again, nothing happens without connection. So connect with us.
And someone asked us actually to repeat the words again. So desire, it starts with desire, right? Then you're going to declare, right? Declare what it is you want and what you're committed to. The relationship around money, right? You're going to write down your relationship around money, the positive, the negative. You're going to look at your intention. What are the committed action steps you're willing to take to actually create that moment for yourself and that desire and that space, your vision. And then you're going to empower yourself around all this. And remember, it is an inside job. Everything we need is inside of us. And in order to really shift that headspace around wealth as a single person, as a spouse, as a business person, it starts inside first, and knowing everything we have is already inside of us. And we get to choose how we unplug from the past. If there's fear, if there's lack, it's coming from yesterday, a year ago, 20 years ago, 30-ish years ago in our case. And that's a choice to shift out of it. You get to shift out of it because it's what you get to be and what you get to have in recognition of yourself to be able to live an abundant and wealth and happy money life.
And happy money is the best money. Absolutely the best.
And it flows and it's easy. It flows and it's easy. It doesn't have to be hard.
Thank you guys. Love you guys so much. Bye. We'll catch
Bye.
you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Great. So we are now, you guys, let's see. We're going to move on to our next wealth expert. I've been so excited to bring her to the stage. Let me give you just a little bit of warm up for her. This is when I talk about miracle manifesting, the woman that is going to be brought to the virtual stage right now. I did not see her on my radar. You know, even a week ago, I didn't see her on the radar. If you guys been following along for a while, there was a beautiful powerhouse, Tasha Chin, and all of a sudden she couldn't make it, but she was this divine vortex of connection to Yvette Taylor. She's about to come on, and the moment I seen her, I mean, she just spoke to my soul, and goosebumps came, and I'm like, she's the one, she's the one. So you guys are about to feel what I felt, and she's gonna just take us to the next level. So let me get her onto the stage. Here we are, Yvette Taylor. Hey, girl.
To be here, I've been listening in for like the last couple of hours. I was like, oh, writing that down. Ooh, it's so good to hear. Ooh, I need reminding about that. So yeah, it's been awesome. What a beautiful group and powerful people you've had on already. It's just, yeah, thank you for having me on. And
we are so grateful to have you here. You are that beautiful breadcrumb. The next step in this unfolding, you guys, it's just incredible that she's here. Look at her glow. I mean, come on. She is just going to light us up. Thank you. If you guys haven't met Yvette personally, she's a big face out there, you guys. She is doing it. She is changing thousands and thousands of lives all the time, helping folks step into their abundance, step into their wealth, and she's going to help us do the next step here. All right, so I'm going to read a bit of her bio so we can connect a little bit more. Yvette is the creator of EAM, that's the Energy Alignment Method, a transformational self-help tool, and founder of the We Change the World Foundation. Yes, over the last 6 years, she's taken EAM globally with over 50,000 people in 41 countries by helping them find and release those limitations and reprogram their energy, thoughts, beliefs, and emotions to manifest more abundance in all areas so they can change their life. She also empowers others to transform their lives so they can create businesses that they love to help transform other lives, people, the community, and the situations on our planet. Woo! I told you these experts live and breathe this. Alrighty, Matt, we're gonna jump right into it, hon. Can you tell them your relationship? What has your relationship been with money? And that, well, I know there's gonna be many pivot points, but one that comes to you that really changed your relationship with money.
I feel like I'm repeating. Everyone said there is no one thing. There is never any one thing. My journey with money has really been a journey around understanding energy. God, it's so hard to pick one because there's always a lesson in each and every single one. I've been on the journey from literally dead flat broke, £200,000-300,000 in debt, lost businesses, all the way up to building 6, 7 and involved in 8-figure businesses too. So it's like I feel like I've done this and this and this and this and that and this in every single direction. So it's like pick a lesson, because there has been so many in all of them. I think the biggest thing that came through for me was really understanding that money is an energy. And I know that you've spoken to that today. I know you've heard so many people talk to that today, but I also know that is the true experience of actually creating and manifesting money. And what you see happening in your life, Ken and I've forgotten the other ladies that they were just talking to this.
Yeah.
What you see happening in your life right now with your money today isn't about your today money stuff. What's going on with your money today is about all of the things that have been happening in your past. And it was when I really understood the world through the eyes of energy that you are this incredible, powerful energy field. And what's happening in your energy field today does impact your ability to receive wealth, but it's not based on what's happening today. Does that make any sense?
Oh no, yes, and it's deep.
So it's like your vibration today, how you're feeling today affects what's happening today. But the reason for your vibration is not about what's going on today. It's because of what happened to you in the past. And it's, for me, that's the work. When we all talk about manifesting, one of the things that I often found for myself was the harder I pushed, the more that I tried, the more that I stood in my garden and screamed and journaled and wrote, I need this £1 million. Where's the £1 million? Why isn't the £1 million in my bank? But I'm being really spiritual about it because I know I need to receive it, but I'm secretly angry that the money isn't here. The universe hears that anger. The universe feels the frustration. It doesn't matter how many Ting Sha bells or how many wonderful things we try and put on the outside of it. It's really the vibration of what's going on within. And for me, that was when I really understood that, and I'd experienced it because I'd tried so many times to do the happy, I'm really happy about money, but I'm really not feeling it. I'm saying it and I'm saying the words, I'm doing my affirmations, but what I was really feeling inside was the lack, was the loss, was the not havingness, was the I don't have it there. I'm doing these things, but I'm looking at my bank account and the money isn't there. And so what I received was the money not being there instead of the money being there, even though I was asking for it.
Yes. That's one of the biggest things you hear, like, you mean I have to feel wealthy and be happy about money when I'm looking at the debt and when I'm looking at the zeros in my account? Like, how do you do that? Like, this is conundrum, right?
Exactly. So what do you do then? And that for me is one of the biggest bits that I think is often missing. This isn't just around money. This is around everything that we want to change in our life. There are two really important sides to transforming anything. And lots of processes and lots of practices are amazing, but they usually sit in one of two camps. You've either got all of the things that are about the happiness and the alignment and the manifesting and the opening and the expansion and the positivity and all of those wonderful things which do a brilliant job at lifting your vibration. But if those things from your past, the thoughts, the beliefs, the doubts, the trauma, the lack, the memories, the things that have happened to us, something that I speak to, which we call energy reversals. And actually, I'll talk about that in a second.
Yes.
Whilst there are these limitations still in us, in our vibration and in our energy field, all the manifesting, the positivity pieces, what they do is actually amplify everything. So they amplify the lack and the limitation. If you could see them like an accordion, positivity creates expansion, and it will expand the positive stuff if it's there, and it will also expand the negative stuff that's still in your energy. So there are two sides to transformation and to manifesting, and usually what we hear about is this one because it feels good, it looks good, it's nice, it's pretty, it's shiny. But we also have to address this stuff first. We need to do the work on releasing those limiting beliefs. We need to do the work on releasing those emotions that we feel around money or whatever it is that we want to create. And if we've got time, I'd love to guide you through the 5 steps so we can actually feel the shift. Because once you've let it go from your energy and those things that contradict what you're asking for with your affirmations and your manifesting, once they've gone, now when you do this amplification, you're not amplifying the negativity and you're not fighting against this heaviness, this weight, these things that have been holding you back because they're gone. They're literally gone from your energy system. So what you then create is space. What then you create is more expansion, which is what allows you to open up, which allows you then to receive. So true transformation is about bringing both sides together. You have to let go of that stuff first. Then you do this. And that's when you can allow the magic to really happen. So that for me, it's the yin and the yang. You have to do the two things together. Nothing's wrong, nothing's good, nothing's bad. It's just about understanding the full process of transformation means using both sides.
Do you see why I said she speaks to my soul? Like, it's just like, like we know it's the release, the reprogram. Yes, this is speaking to us. I have never in all my years actually heard it the way you said it, of how the positivity doesn't just expand the positive programming, the positive momentum, but it also expands whatever is in the craw, whatever is in the vortex. And it's like, wow, the way that you said that, and I'm sure a lot of us are having this aha moment. And the reason why this collective even came together, Yvette, is to release what is stopping. What is stopping you, to release what's stopping us so we can step in and expand the other side. I would love for you, would anyone else love for her to start releasing the crap that we got on the other side? Give me a yes. Yes. Like, yes, let's release. Come on, yes, let's get it out. Okay. That's why we're here. This is why she's here.
Yes.
Okay, you so you can jump on. Let me see. We've got 10. Yes, and they're not gonna. I'm sure we're streaming to Facebook and YouTube, so there's hundreds of us on right now. So if we can, I mean, I want to go into those. Let's start releasing the limiting beliefs. Are you okay to walk us through right now?
Let me just pre-frame this beforehand, before we go. But yeah, and thank you. I can't wait to share this with you. There are about 20 different things I want to share with you, but we've got 20 minutes. So number one, I touched on this a minute ago. Really important thing to understand about all energy, not just your money, but everything is energy. We've all heard this before, but there's a difference between knowing it and there's a difference between actually living it. So everything in your life, and please write this down if this is unfamiliar to you. This is one of the key foundational concepts of EAM. Everything in your life is energy in one of 3 energy states, okay? Everything is either in a state that we call energy reversals. Energy reversals are any situation in your life that the more time and energy you give to it, the more focus and attention you give to it, the worse it seems to become. You seem to find yourself in repeating patterns consistently. Like you'll look at your life and think, I've played this story out before. I've played this drama out before. You know, I'm in the same relationship. I've moved on from someone else, but I'm playing out the same story. I'm playing out the same scenes. It's often those things that we run away from the most. It's the thing that we have the most extreme, disproportionate emotions around. You know, when you might turn into like childlike behavior, or when you might burst into tears because somebody said one word to you about something. Those are all really clear signs that you have an energy reversal where we go into shutdown. Particularly with what's going on in the world right now, most people have definitely been hit with these energy reversals. They're created when we're faced with a situation that we don't have a coping strategy for. So we've all got them. We've all got thousands of them somewhere along the line, because it won't just be around money stuff. Then we have this energy flow in the middle. Normally I'm drawing this out for you. So if you could imagine a reversal as an arrow pointing that way. Resistance is like this push and pull. So the second one is resistance. Push and pull is, the resistance is like those situations in your life where you're like, I really want to change that thing. I know that I really want to move towards that. And then that little voice of doubt creeps in. You're not good enough. You can't have this. No, you shouldn't do that. It's safe that you don't do this. These are all the reasons that you need to stay here and you can't move forward. It's not as significant as the energy reversal. It's like that annoyingly frustrating. You kind of move one step forward, 2 steps back, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Like you never really seem to move anywhere, but you're not stuck. And it's not getting worse, but it's not moving you or progressing you anywhere. Then we have the third flow state, which is the one that we all want, we all love, the one that we love to be in, which is where we truly manifest, and that's called the receptive state. So the receptive state is where you are open to receiving. This is where the manifesting comes in. This is where the opportunities arrive. This is when you meet the right people at the right time and end up with massive goosebumps when you have a conversation. It's like you just say yes and things unfold in front of you. So everything you do is about, everything every single human being is doing is because we want to get back to that receptive state. We call it love, we call it happiness, we call it freedom. It's like the constant search to be in that place where we're completely carefree. Now, when we're there, that's the state that we want to be in for manifesting. And that is definitely the vibration of love. Now, I know I stepped in to kind of replace Tasha, but if Tasha was here, she would have described exactly the same thing. Money is an energy, money is a frequency, and money wants to be in that expansive, receptive state, wherever it may be. So our work is to shift and let go of those reversals and those resistances and to get ourselves into the receptive state. So what I'd like to guide you through now, if we've got time to do this, is to release the resistances that might be held in your energy system, at least some of them, so that you can open your energy field to receiving. There was a lady on earlier who was talking about the straw here in your solar plexus.
Yana.
And I was really excited to see her talk about it. I was like, yes, because that's exactly the space that you need to be to work on your manifesting. So again, you can write these down. There are 3 energy centers in you. Your head, which is your thinking space where all your thoughts come in. Your heart, which we are all familiar with, but it does so much more. But your heart is your emotions. And then the third one is your hara. Some of us have heard of it before, but many of us don't realize the power that our hara actually has. So our hara is actually located between our belly button and our pubic bone. It is this powerhouse of manifestation. Most people struggle to manifest anything, not only money, but this is where most of our stuckness is. If you think about what this part of our body is designed to do, It is designed to create life. It is designed to turn energy, something from absolutely nothing, tiny infinitesimal 2 pieces of energy, the yin and the yang come together, create a spark, and from that, manifestation occurs. Whether you're a man, whether you're a woman, whatever your anatomy is down there, this is where we manifest everything into the physical. So when we're doing our positive thoughts and beliefs, when we're feeling into the energy, into the emotion, the last bit where it usually gets stuck is we're cooling that energy down. We want to give birth to it to allow it to manifest into our physical 3D life experience. And this is where most people get stuck.
Yeah.
So what I'd love to guide you through now is just a visualization to see what's going on in your hara, what it looks like, feels like down there. You're going to shift and let go of some stuckness that you might be holding in that space and open you up to receiving, opening up the power to manifest. How's that sound?
Let's go.
She's like,
fired up.
Stop talking, let's go.
Let's go.
Okay, is everyone up for this?
Yeah, we're good. We've got like 5 minutes, Yvette. Let's do this.
Let's do this.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
so
yes.
this is step 4 of the 5 steps. I want you to just close your eyes for me now. Pay attention to what's going on inside your hara, so that location that we just talked about below your belly button. If you can see or sense or feel, is there any size? Is there a shape? Is there a color? Is it heavy? Is it dark? Is it light? How would you describe it? Is it open and moving, or is it still or heavy or stuck? So you might notice that you've got like a heavy gray black blob, or it might just feel like you're disconnected. Perhaps you don't feel anything there at all. So what I want to invite you to do is just take whatever you found. So if you found a heavy black blob, you're going to fill in the blank that I share in this sentence with what you've just explored. So I'm going to repeat this statement 3 times, and I'm going to invite you to say this out loud too. I'm ready to release this, and you'll insert heavy black blob or big gray thing or heavy thing in my hara. I release this from my energy in all forms, on all levels, and at all points in time. I'm going to repeat this statement 3 times, and I invite you to say this out loud wherever you are if you can. Okay, so just closing your eyes for me. I am ready to release this heavy black blob or whatever it is that you've discovered that is stuck in my hara. I release this fully from my energy in all forms, on all levels, and at all points in time. I am ready to release this stuck energy in my hara, or this heavy black blob. I release this fully from my energy in all forms, on all levels, and at all points in time. I am ready to release this heaviness in my hara, or this stuckness, or this blackness, or this whatever it's coming up as for you.
This heaviness in my hara.
I release this from my energy.
I release this from my energy.
In all forms.
In all forms.
On all levels.
On all levels.
At all points in time. Take a nice deep breath in. And imagine you're blowing it out. Then we're going to move on to step 5. So step 5, what we just did there was release the resistances and those reversals we were talking about. Step 5 is the manifestation. This is where we get to ask for whatever it is we want to receive. So the best way to do step 5 is to stand with your hands above your head, palms facing up and open, and close your eyes. I will guide you through step 5. So simply repeat out loud after me. I am ready to allow.
I am ready to allow.
My energy centers to open.
My energy centers to open.
My field to expand.
My field to expand.
My capacity to receive wealth and abundance.
My capacity to receive wealth and abundance.
In all areas of my life.
in all areas of my life.
I allow this fully into my energy.
I allow this fully into my energy.
In all forms,
In all forms.
on all levels,
On all levels.
at all points in time.
At all points in time.
3 more times. I'm ready to allow myself
Ready to allow myself
to fully expand,
to fully expand.
to activate my hara,
To activate my aura.
to be fully ready to receive,
To be fully ready to receive.
to allow the magnetism and creativity,
To allow the magnetism and creativity.
to allow abundance into my life.
To allow abundance into my life.
I allow this into my energy
I allow this into my energy.
in all forms,
In all forms.
on all levels,
On all levels.
at all points in time.
all points in time.
I am ready to allow myself
I am ready to allow myself
to fully expand,
to fully expand.
to activate this powerhouse
To activate this powerhouse.
so that I can attract and magnetize
So I can attract and magnetize
all of the abundance that's waiting for me.
all of the abundance that's waiting for me.
I allow this fully into my energy
I allow this fully into my energy.
in all forms,
In all forms.
on all levels,
On all levels.
at all points in time. Take a nice deep breath in and out. And if your arms are still up, you may notice something coming down into your hands. Feel a heaviness in your energy. Just as it's coming down, bring your arms slowly down by your side with your palms facing up, and just allow what you are asking for to come down into your energy field. Take a nice deep breath in, and when you feel ready to, you can just open your eyes. That is the quickest I've done that.
When you do this so much and when you have such a powerful collective like this, miracles happen like that, right?
Yeah, totally.
Deeper, faster. Wow. You guys, what was that like? Give me a yes, give me powerful
What
thank
does it
yous, hearts.
Feel like.
Wow. Wow, that was the deepest quickie I've ever had.
Thank you. I'm going to take that.
Take that. Wow, heavy to light. Yes, I could feel my fingers, everything feels lighter.
Can be literally that quick. You can shift yourself from resistance, and this on anything.
Oh,
Recognize where you're at, when you're feeling heavy, when you're feeling low, when you're feeling depressed, when you're looking at the money in your bank account. Shift, let it go. Step 5, allow in. Allow your energy to be in this space. Allow you to be in that vibration. And the more you do this, the more consistency, the more momentum, the more it will begin, the more it will come. But it's vibrational every single time. Vibrational every single time.
thank you so much, Yvette. Drop to us what you guys are going to hear this plenty more times because you're going to connect with her. I want you to get the free gift. Find her on all social medias. Tell us what you're giving away.
For all of you guys, someone just said, what are the words? I'm actually gifting you a whole chapter of my brand new book. She says, here, the Energy Alignment Method, available in all bookstores. But I'm giving you a chapter, and I'm also giving you access to some training, and most importantly, the 88 money mindset beliefs that are holding people back. And I show you exactly how to work through them all to shift them from your energy field with EAM. So you're definitely going to learn what that statement is with step 4 and step 5. I don't know if I need to pop the link in the chat or if you've got it there.
You can. It's also going to be on the replay page with this video so you guys can hear it and experience it again. Also get her gift. How beautiful. Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for creating this amazing space for everyone to come and work on their wealth and abundance, because quite frankly, the world needs us all to be doing this so that we can get out there and make the changes that are possible. So thank you all. Sorry for making you cry, Robin. Didn't mean to, but it's a shift. Yay.
Thank you. The tears, the chills, the all that. Perfect. Yes, this is ours. Thank you so much, Yvette. We'll keep in touch. Okay, you guys, we're gonna wring out the sponge. Bye. Oh my goodness. Okay, you guys, we have a couple more minutes. I thought we were gonna have 10 minutes to wring out the sponge today. We haven't every time, but you guys stayed here throughout this whole show. We are now 3 hours into your wealth transformation. And right now, I just want you to take a few deep breaths because you have done intense energy work so far. There's been tears. There has been chills. There has been all sorts of things happening in this moment, and we could feel a bit just overrunning in our energy right now. So I just want us to shake if you need. I want you to stretch. I want you to drink water, get a snack. Yes, reposition yourself. I know the type of work that you guys have just done, and I know if I'm feeling it, you're feeling it. We have one more powerful hour, and who I am about to bring to this stage, give me 1 second here. The person coming up next is someone very special to me. Someone who is going to blow your mind. Someone who has blown my mind. He has been a secret sauce to so much of my success in life. This is a man who entered my life by such grand manifestation on both sides. This is my husband that I'm talking about. When we entered each other's lives, with nothing. With nothing. And today we stand here with everything. And with so much more to come, baby, with so much more to come. So I'm honored to welcome to the stage my husband. You guys are gonna step into my world for the next 20, 30 minutes. You guys ramp it up, give me some yeses, give some love. Let me spotlight my husband. And let me unmute you, that would help. All right, hello.
Thank you. This is new for us. We've never done this before, so I'm a little nervous, but it'll be fun. It'll be good.
Because this is our now we do this behind closed doors a lot. We talk about the powers of being creators and the laws of attraction, laws of the universe, and we are making things happen, but we usually keep this private. Right, this is something that we have behind closed doors. We speak to just our intimate setting with, but together collectively, we've never went public like this. So I think we both are a little nervous, but it's time. It is time to make this happen. So, honey, I'm going to give you the stage here, and if you can go right into just thinking of all the lovely souls that are here with us today. What was your relationship? Sorry. Motorcycle passing. What was your relationship with money? And then we're going to go into that pivotal moment of how the flow of money changed in your life and what were some of those events.
Right. So can you hear me okay? So money was not really a good topic for me early on in my life. Like, it was this taboo thing that I wanted to avoid. And you remember this. I mean, it was like whenever we talked about it, it would bring all these emotions out of me that I didn't really want to face. So it made it like this dangerous thing. If you think about it, money is like this dangerous item to be handled carefully. And it's like fire, right? Fire is handled carefully, and it could benefit you if you use it correctly. You know, you can cook your food with it, or you can burn your house down with it. And it's the same with money. Money can benefit you or it can hurt you. And it's the reason why we don't really let kids handle money. I mean, when I was a kid, I didn't get money. You know, we got a quarter or something. We got $1. We got $10 if we were lucky. But it was this really, you know, kind of dangerous thing. And so therefore, it was precious. Like, to me, money was precious because we all needed it, and therefore we wanted it. But there was never enough of it, right? It was always we need more money. And so it's this very precious thing. And when it came in, it was like this drug, right? Money's like this drug where when you get it, you get high, you feel good, you feel secure, you feel like it's okay, you know? But then as soon as it goes away, that high goes away too. And I remember when I was a kid, you know, in my house, when my dad got paid, paydays were always the high day. Everyone in the house is happy. It's like, you know, we're gonna get pizza. We're gonna, you know, it's just a good feeling. It's like, you know, a secure feeling that for now, everything's okay. But then the next day or the day after, that would go away. And so it's like, having those experiences made me really frugal. And you remember this very well. When I did spend money, I would research the heck out of it. I would try to find, am I sure I want this thing? And once I find that thing, I'm like, I gotta spend all this time researching that everyone else likes it, and this is the best deal. And I'm making the right decision. And then when I did spend the money, I would try to get as much as I could. I guess it's called value, right? We try to get as much value out of it as I could. And so my early relationship with money was not a happy one.
Yeah. You guys, he was very frugal. And so was I. I mean, I'm calling the, pot black or whatever the term is. We were together. It was an explosion of us having all of our programs of scarcity come out together because we were really pinching pennies. And then we had money was the root of all evil, right? There was a lot of that happening. So we were trying to think of how we're going to live off the grid and make everything ourselves. And it was just, money was just so taboo. It was such this bad thing. And wow, do we stand in such a different place with money, and our relationship with money is so different. Hun, what was that pivot point? I know there was many, but what was one?
Let me tell you, because I know this is, everyone relate to this. Let me tell you how I developed that early relationship with money, because I know it's going to be similar, if not the same for everyone. And it had to do with the experiences I had growing up. I remember when I was younger, my dad, he was taking myself and my little sister, Jennifer, to school. And he used to drive this brown Nissan Stanza. I think it was like a late 80s. And it had this white pinstripe down the side. And it was like this square car. And we were taking her to school first. She went to Mary Hill Country School. This was in Stockton, California, where I'm from. And we're going to Mary Hill. And right when we get up to drop her off, he pulls out, he says, "Hun, I've got a surprise for you." And she's like, "What?" He pulls out what had to be the shiniest 50-cent piece I've ever seen. Like it was dropped down from the gods or something. And her eyes just lit up. And because when my sister was younger, she used to love saving money. She used to have this Hello Kitty box, right, where she would put all her money in it and save it. And for her, it wasn't just about saving money. She used to like collecting money. And so she would, sorry, she would think of, collecting coins and think of collecting all these different types of money. And so when my dad pulled out this 50-cent piece, she just lit up. And so she got out the car, and it was like this good feeling for all of us. We started the day feeling good. And then little did I know what I was getting into when he came to pick me up at the end of school. So I got into the car, and he says, "Son, hurry up, we got to go." And I was like, there was like this heavy blanket of just concern. And I was like, "Dad, what's going on?" He says, "Son, we don't have enough gas to get your sister, and I don't have any money." And I was like, "What do we do?" He said, "I don't know. We're just going to go." And so I sat there and I watched him, and he went from concern to worry. And I could just see the worry building in him. He's rocking. And then I saw him go from worry into just full-blown fear. Like he's afraid. He doesn't know what to do. We're going to get stranded. We're not going to pick her up. This was before cell phones, before Uber. This was back in the 90s, early 90s, I think. And he then went from fear into anger. He's starting to grip the steering wheel, and he's grinding his teeth, and he starts talking out loud. I don't know if he's talking to me or he's talking to the windshield. And then he goes into blame. Why is this happening to me? Why this isn't fair. And then all of a sudden the energy shifted from anger and blame into hope, because he all of a sudden realized he gave my little sister that 50-cent piece. And it was like all the energy just shifted. Like, it's okay, we're gonna be saved, relax, we weren't saying this, it was just this energetic thing. It's gonna be okay, we're gonna make it home, it's all gonna be fine. And then once again, the energy shifted from hope into sadness, because my dad suddenly realized it's going to destroy her to give him that coin back, because she really wanted a 50-cent coin for so long. So I watched him go from sadness into shame. He was ashamed of himself. And from that point, it was just kind of the energy dropped. And so little did my sister know when we got to her school, we didn't make it. Little did she know what she was getting into. So she gets in the car and she's sitting there and she's in a good mood. And my dad says, honey, we have a problem. I'm really sorry, but I'm going to need that 50 cents back. And she says, what? Why? Honey, we don't have any gas. I don't know if we're going to make it home. And she's just like, what are you talking about? This is mine. You gave this to me. And he's like, I know, honey, I'm sorry. And she just goes into tears. And I saw my dad get destroyed emotionally from asking or having to ask her for that money back, 50 cents. And then I saw her get destroyed for having to give it back. And so we end up making it to the gas station. And he says, he hands me the coin, son, go put this in. And I remember this being like a walk of shame for me. Like, I'm just a kid and I'm walking towards the the cashier or inside the store. And I just feel ashamed. I'm like, 50 cents. I didn't know any better, but I still had thoughts, 50 cents, that's not enough. You know, I was embarrassed to even ask. So I go up to the guy and I'm like, can we put this in number 3 or whatever? And he's like, 50 cents. Are you sure? And I was thinking, yeah, that's all we've got. He said, I don't think we can do 50 cents, or it was something like this. This was a long time ago. And I just said, that's all we've got. And I go back, we pump the gas, and I just remember thinking, I was so mad at my dad. I was so angry at him. Like, you're not supposed to let this happen. This is not right. And I didn't understand it, but that's just how it felt. And now I'm not upset. I understand that my dad did the best he could. I have no ill feelings towards that at all. I love my dad and he did his best. But it was experiences like that created my relationship with money, my views, and my emotional attachment to the whole topic of money was based on things like that.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that, honey. That was deep. Oh, I could feel it, and I feel us all, reflecting and bringing up and reminiscing those moments where we've seen or experienced moments like that in our life. So it's moments like that you went through that created where you and I met, like our whole life and relationship up to that point was our past. And then you had this big awakening. You had this shift where all of that past was not dominant anymore, and you moved forward and created a new relationship with money. Can you speak into how your relationship is now with money and your life now? It just complete contrast here.
So, making money was never a goal of mine, right? Throughout most of my life. I wanted it, of course, because I needed it. I felt bad that I didn't have it, but it was never a goal. I never said, I'm going to make money. I was more into like personal development. So I would, this, I would just I would read books. I would watch documentaries. I wanted to know the truth behind life and who I was and what this is all about, but never about money. And so, as I said, I would read a lot of books. And it wasn't until I read this book that many of you might know, but if you've never heard of it, called Rich Dad, Poor Dad. It was that book that really started introducing the whole topic of money into my mind. And as I pursued that, I read the book, many times since then, but in the beginning, I read it a few times, excuse me. And so it was that book that really introduced into my mind, or I should say into my being, the desire for money, not because I need it, but because I want it. And so as I pursued that momentum towards that direction of thinking, I started building this, I started believing it was possible for me to get it. I wasn't getting it yet, but I was believing that it was possible. And so, it wasn't until I just decided that I'm going to make money. I remember I made a decision that I'm going to make money. I didn't know how, but I made a decision that I'm going to start doing it. And so it started, I'll share the personal, information behind our lives. It started for me when we had our first son and we were discussing who's going to take care of him because we're both working. And we decided that I was going to stay home. I was going to be a stay-at-home dad. And that I would leave my job because I'm making the least amount of money and so forth. It just made sense to do it. And so I vowed when I left that job, as you know, that I would never get another job, never, under any circumstance. And there's nothing wrong with getting a job. And it's just, at that time, it felt like I had to make that decision. I had to turn my back on that to be able to move in the direction I wanted to go, because I knew that the job I had was not going to give me money in the way that I wanted it or in the amount that I wanted it. And so it was in making that decision that it really started for me. And there were times where you and I would check the check and we struggled, and we had $20 in the bank where we had to make it last for 2 weeks. And there were times where we were late, at night thinking maybe I should just get a job. I remember thinking I'll just get a job at a gas station.
Yeah.
And I really thought that, and that was fear talking. And so it was you that said, no, you're not going to do that. We're going to do this. We're going to stick through this. And I was like, okay, we're going to do it. And so I spent a year just taking care of Solon, our oldest son, and just kind of getting out of the grind mindset that having daily hustle does to you, and just opening myself up to creativity. And in doing so, I started like bringing in different like opportunities, right? And so I suddenly started thinking, I got to start a business, or I got to do something. And I began on that path. I'm going to do something to make money, right? Not a job, but I don't know what it is, but it's not a job. It's some kind of business, I guess. I didn't really understand, but I just went with it. And I made probably the rookie mistake that everyone makes, is thinking that you're going to get rich overnight. And so I sure enough did. I just took whatever was coming at me. Oh yeah, that's good. I'm going to do that. And I got to get into this. And I was trying to do all these things because I thought that's what an entrepreneur does. And when things didn't start panning out, when I was spending money, but I wasn't making money, I started to become doubtful, and I started to become afraid, and I started to feel like a fool, and I started to feel all these emotions again. And I realized that I later realized, in retrospect or in hindsight, I understand now where I made the mistake, is that I know now that I have to focus on one thing. I have to choose one thing and stick with it, see it all the way through. And at the time I wasn't doing that. I was getting into something, getting out of it, backing in, and that's why I wasn't going anywhere. And it wasn't until I decided to stick with one thing and I saw it through for a few years, and that's where everything changed for me. That's where my whole relationship with money began to transform. And when you do have a business and you are making money, I should say the business is making revenue, there's money that comes in and money that goes out. Lots of money comes in, lots of money goes out. And so I was exchanging money in a rate and in an amount that I've never had before. I had to overcome programs really quickly. I had to overcome that spending program where I was afraid to spend money. I had to overcome that because I have to spend the money. You have to spend, there are business expenses. And so in doing that, I was able to overcome a lot. And in a few short years, I went from, I remember, what was the last car I was driving? It was like a used 92 Honda Civic or something that had many previous owners. I bought for like $2,000. And then I'm happy to say that, after I finally transformed my relationship with money, the first brand new car I ever bought off the dealership was a $100,000 car. And I couldn't even, this is coming from a guy that couldn't even get a loan. I didn't even have credit a few years prior to that. I couldn't get a loan. And then, the first house I ever bought, $500,000 house. And, it was powerful. The money shift was the shift of my money programs and my relationship with it was powerful. And so I got to say, it all started with me desiring, but not just wanting money for the sake because I need it, but wanting it because I wanted a better life. And then the decision that I was going to do something to get it, that's what really was the pivot point for me. If that answers, did I answer that question?
Yes, you did. And what's going through my mind is it's right aligned with every talk here before today. It's finding the alignment to money or the things you're wanting to do. You made a firm decision and you married it. You committed to it, right? So the universe, I believe, is always testing us, saying, are you sure? Are you sure? It's going to continually present opportunities and things that's either to what your attention is, right? So if we're not firm, if we're not decided, like you decided, I want money, I want a better life, this is what I want, right? But it'll keep conspiring and bringing things in. But if you go squirrel and you go that way, and like you said, I was into many different things, and a lot of us do that as entrepreneurs or people. We go for a little bit of time and then we don't see a result, and so we stop. And a lot of that doubt and that fear comes in, so we try to start something else, right? And who give me a yes if that's like a part of your patterns in life, right? It's like it just keeps coming up. I keep trying. 2 weeks later, nothing's there. It must be this, and we keep jumping and hopping around. But it really takes, and Russ was also saying this, it takes consistency. The consistency is what you've spoken to as well. But it's not just anything, you guys. We're big, energetic people here. We're talking about first aligning, right? Aligning with your heart's desire, feeling as good as you can, and going after that thing that you want. My husband did not want to do a job. He didn't want to work for someone else anymore. So he decided what he wanted to do, right? And that's what he started to go after. And now it's here, you guys. I'm telling you, here today, we are in that abundance. We are feeling the flow of what we are all designed to do. I can keep going, but Hun, did you have something you want to speak into the audience about? You know, you've been seeing these limitations coming up. Are you resonating with something? Is something coming to you that you want to help?
So, yeah, you know, I know that a big question of this entire show is about what's stopping money from coming into people's lives, right? Because that's important. That's like the big question. What's stopping it? And my take on that is, let's not look at it as just money, because whatever's stopping money from coming into your life is the same thing that's stopping everything else that you want from coming into your life, not just money. And so what is that thing? If you think about it, well, just imagine with me that at the core of you, at the very core of you, you've got a belief, right? You have a single belief that encompasses all beliefs. And this belief can go one of two ways. This belief could be that you believe in abundance or you believe in scarcity. And let's say that somewhere in between your core belief lives there. And the closer that I should say that wherever your core belief lives within those two sides of the spectrum is what you're going to experience. So if you have a core belief that when you look out in the world, you see abundance, there's an abundance of everything for everyone, you're going to create that. That's what you're going to experience. But if you look out into the world and you see that there's scarcity, there's lack, there's not enough, there's limitation, there's not enough for everyone, then that's pretty much going to be what you experience. And so the question then becomes, how do you increase the abundance of your core belief? How do you get more belief in abundance? And so, you know, we're all at different parts of that spectrum, myself included, all of us, we're all at different stages. And so I can't get anyone to this side right now, but I can we could do a little exercise here that I can help bring people in that direction. As a good start. If you want to do this, we could do it right now.
Yes, surprise me, come on.
So the first thing to do is be aware of what's abundant around you right now. So I'm sitting in a room, right? I'm sitting in a room. Where are you guys sitting? Where are you sitting? Are you in a room? Are you in a kitchen? Are you in an office? Are you at the grocery store? I don't know. Where are you? Wherever you are in the world, no matter where you are in the world, there's something around each and every one of us that's completely saturating the entire space around us. It's everywhere. And it's been with us since the day we were born, and it's going to be with us until the day we die, and we can't get rid of it. You guys know what I'm talking about? Air, oxygen. I mean, I'm breathing it in. I could take as many breaths as I can, as fast as I can, and I'll never, ever use it all. There's so much of it that we'll all use as much as we want, but it'll still be in abundance forever. And think about, I don't know where you are in the world, but go outside and look into the sky. Well, I see it right now. There's an abundance of blue. As far as I can see, there's blue everywhere. It's just everywhere. Go to the beach. Look at the ground. There's an abundance of sand. You can't count out all that sand. There's just so much of it. Look at the ocean. Imagine if you were to individualize each drop of water in the ocean. You could never count all that. There's just so much of it. There's an abundance of everything for everyone, everywhere. And the closer we can bring our core belief, our core vibration towards that abundance way of thinking, the more we're going to experience it. So the question then becomes, well, how do we tie money into this? So this is where I'm going to ask you guys to stretch a little bit with me and to play along and just let go, suspend belief, and just play and be free with this and let it go. You guys want to do this with me?
Come on, let's go.
It might be a little bit of a stretch, but let's do this. So imagine that you've got this duffel bag, and this is a huge duffel bag. You could fit 2 dead bodies in it if you were like a mobster or something. And you go into a forest, and this forest is just massive, miles and miles and miles of trees. You could walk for the rest of your life. You'll never get out of the forest. And there's just trees everywhere. There's an abundance of trees. On these trees, there's an abundance of leaves, just endless leaves, green leaves everywhere. And so you start grabbing, filling your duffel bag full of leaves. You're just filling and picking leaves up off the ground. You're walking through all these trees and you're just grabbing leaves everywhere. And you fill the bag full after a while. And the bag's so full that it's so heavy you can't even pick it up. And so you start trying to zip it closed. You zip it, and you finally got it closed. And then you look up and you look around and you realize there's still an abundance of leaves everywhere. Like you can't even tell I took them. There's so many, they're everywhere. And I didn't even make a dent, right? Now, this is where we stretch. Go empty that bag. Remember, it's a huge bag. You fit 2 dead guys in there. If you're a mobster or something, you go back into that forest. There's an abundance of trees for miles and miles. You can't even see the end of it. There's just so many trees. But instead of leaves on those branches, there's $100 bills. And then you grab your duffel bag and you just start grabbing $100 bills by the handfuls, like a free for all. You're going crazy. You're slapping yourself with money, and you're stuffing your duffel bag, and it's so full that you pick it up. You can't even pick it up, and then you start trying to zip it closed. You zip it closed, and then you get it closed, and you look up, and you're like, "Wow, there's still so much money out here. I didn't even make a dent." But you look at your bag and it's full of money, and you're like, I could never, ever, ever in 100 lifetimes use or need all this money. I've got enough here to live the rest of my life happy. I'm fine. I don't need any more. I'm done with this. The closer we can bring our mindset of money towards that vibration, that view, that outlook, the more, or I should say, the less we care about money. We're not trying to steal it. We don't try to hide it or hoard it. We don't worry about it. We don't fight over it, because I've got a duffel bag full of it, more than I'll ever need for myself and my loved ones. And there's still so much for everyone else. Now, I know that was a little stretch we did. It was imaginary, but if you can bring yourself to believe that that's true in real life, well, here we are, this is real. You can believe that's true, then it can be true. And if you want proof, just look at a guy like Bill Gates. Where do you think he's at in the spectrum? He ain't down here. He's up here. He has full belief in abundance in terms of money and everything else, I imagine. But when you know that there's enough for everyone, you stop fighting over it internally and externally. And therefore, you stop pushing it away from you because you're afraid of it. All those negative emotions are no longer there. It becomes this happy topic, becomes this easy to talk about thing. And so, I imagine that's my time, but
Yeah.
I appreciate us being able to do that. That was fun.
I almost forgot we were here. This is so cool to have.
That rung with somebody, resonated with somebody, but
Absolutely did. Thank you, honey. That was my husband's gift. That was a gift. This stretch, this imagination. That was his gift. Thank you. Love you. That was beautiful. Everyone saying yes. Thank you, Chris. Yes, you're getting phenomenal feeds. That was amazing. I hope we all do that duffel bag visualization once a day, and remember the weight that you've got of it. It's with you. Thank you.
all right.
I'll see you later. All right, you guys. Whew, we get a 3-minute sponge ring. How was that? How are you guys feeling? Comment. Can I see your comments? How are you feeling? What opened up for you? I love seeing this come through. Feeling great, incredible. Yes. That's your birthright, to feel that released. Beautiful, inspirational, you guys. I'm telling you, you were looking at a couple. We came from the streets, nothing, and we actually hated money. We didn't want anything to do with money. It was so evil. So now we get to share so much of it with so many people and our loved ones, and we just freely are able to have that duffel bag. And that's through those, what he just said is what I talk about. That's it. That's the truth. There's everything is exposed right here, you guys. We are, I hope you're feeling this, you guys. I hope you guys feeling it, but I'm ready to stretch, drink some water. Oh my goodness, let's wring it out. Wring out the sponge, shake. We are gonna end the show with a bang, with a massive bang. We are gonna bring such a seasoned, beautiful, prosperous profit coach. I mean, she is gorgeous from the inside out. She's been doing this for decades. She is such a good friend of mine. She is a coach of mine. Just like I told you, everyone that's here is purposeful. And this show is designed to get you on after 1 p.m., wherever you're at in the world, in 30 more minutes into another vibration. And this is the beginning of the beginning. You're going to feel this. So I'm going to bring her to the stage, Miss Patricia Barnett. She's coming on in. Woo, Patricia, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Make sure I have you unmuted. Okay.
Hello, Derica. I am so happy to be here together with you and everyone who is here for that transformation, for that shift, for that level up, for that elevation, for what's next. And it begins right here, right now.
Right here, right now, you guys, come on. This is like that last win. It's going to come through. We're going to knock it out of the park. Get your tea. Maybe not coffee, but get something. We got this. We can do this. Leveling up. Here it comes. Okay, if you guys have not met this powerhouse yet, Patricia, you are about to. Patricia Barnett. I'm going to read a bit of her bio before we get into our segment here. Patricia is an international speaker, best-selling author, and performance coach in the field of both personal and professional transformation. She is the founder of Results Mastery Group Coaching and the creator of Elevate, all capitals, Elevate. That's the 7-step success system for elevating your results in business and in life. Patricia specializes in helping others break free from their past. It's everything we talked about today, you guys. Tap into who they really are and create a life they absolutely love living. Perfect, right? Perfect unfolding here. She has supported thousands in transforming their lives to live fully present, celebrating life itself, and being in love with life at all times. Patricia, thank you so much. Welcome. You guys ready for her? You ready? We're gonna jump right in with the stories. Tell us, what did money look like for you in the past, and then what took you to this level that you're at now?
I love that. I love that question so much because everyone has a story, and it's within that story where the transformation, the opportunity for transformation resides. So when I think back, what was money growing up, especially? Well, I didn't know that really much about money growing up, other than it didn't feel like we had a lot, and it seemed like there was never enough. And although that wasn't even true, we lived in a beautiful home, we had cars, we had food, there was that sense that there wasn't enough. And so I grew up in the not enoughness. Both of my parents had opportunity to grow up in the Depression. And it was almost like a legacy, right? The not enoughness or the scarcity, or almost treating money as if it were like a superstition, like, how will it be this day? And like which way the wind would blow or how the weather would be. that's how money was for us. And I remember when I was a little girl, my father, who was a math teacher at the college level, but also wrote math curriculum. He wrote math books for calculus and mathematics at the college level. And so we were out in the strawberry patch one day, and my father asked me, if you could have an amount of money, how much would you love to have? And I'm thinking to myself, well, the biggest number that I knew at the time was 1 million. This was a long time ago, but that's the biggest number I knew. And I said, well, for sure, 1 million. And then I asked my dad, what comes after that? And he said, $1 billion. And I said, then I would love $1 billion. And then I asked him, what comes after that? And he said, $1 trillion. And I said, cancel my order on the million and the billion. I would love $1 trillion. And I said, is there anything after that? And he said, yes, there is. However, you would never be able to spend $1 trillion in your lifetime. And I assured my dad, even though I had no idea, I assured him, oh, yes, I would. So we left the strawberry patch, went in, and on a sheet of paper, he wrote down the number 1 trillion with all of the zeros. And then he asked me the question. He was sharing with me how would you spend this $1 trillion? It's just 1 trillion, but how would you spend the trillion? And I said, well, I'd buy a house, a big one with a swimming pool. I would buy these beautiful cars. And he was, deducting it from my trillion. And then I said, I would buy an airplane, and I would buy a home in Hawaii. I did know that at a young age. And I would go to Disneyland. And then I started running out of things that I would do with it in that limited, small brain. I didn't have the capacity to know what I could really do with money at that age. But there was enough that I could know that I could do with money. And he deducted it from the 1 trillion. And he said, look, this is what you still have left over. And it was a big number. We hadn't even spent probably even $1 million or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. But even then, huge number left. And I assured my dad, that's what I would love.
Wow.
Well, fast forward, that not enoughness, where it didn't seem like we had all the money in the world. I realized that I did not want that to be the way I lived. I wanted to live with plenty of money. And so I created and found a way within myself, developing myself so that this money story, this money pattern of scarcity, lack, I thought I could overcome that by creating a lot of money. Because I thought the antidote to that was a lot of money. Right. That if I had a lot, then I would have a lot, and then I would be healed, right?
Yeah.
So I had the opportunity to do a lot of self-development, a lot of visualization, a lot of manifestation, a lot of hard work. And within a 2-year period of time, in finding a business opportunity, I went to the top, not only in that company, but within the whole industry within 2 years, and had a lot of money. But what was interesting is even in having a lot of money, the fear of the not enoughness had not gone away. And it was like, okay, but then we'll get more, and we'll have more, and we'll have more, and we'll have more. And what I realized was all of the money in the world does not cure lack consciousness. All the money in the world is not the cure for scarcity. And all the money in the world does not, transform patterns, paradigms, belief systems, because even with a lot of money in the bank, there was always that fear. What if it all goes away? That fear of being not enough.
Yeah.
And so in that, yes, Derica, did you have a question?
Oh, it's just no, it's good, but I want to recap because you said 2 major things that I feel so many of us can resonate with. First, I want to just celebrate your dad in this moment that he took you through that exercise of what would you do with the money, because that's one of the big things of actually creating money is through the universe and through our powers is what you're gonna do with it. You know, a lot of the exercises of creating money, you have to have a plan of where it's gonna go. So I'm so like just blown away that you got that in your system at such a young age. A lot of clients, when I ask them, so what makes you happy? Or what would make you happy? Or what you want to do with all this abundance? And they go, I don't know. I just want it. And so that's like a problem. So you definitely have to know what you're going to do with this money. So I love that piece, and everyone write this down. The second thing is that you thought, just like so many of us, that, well, if I had the money, then I'd be happy. If I had the money, I'll be healed and my scarcity programs will be gone. And that's BS. Right? So hearing that, you guys, like, no, how long have we told ourselves that? Well, it's easy for you to say because you've got money. Right? How many times have we said that to other people? Or we said to ourselves, no, I will feel good after I get the house. Or I'll feel good after I get the love. No. That's that hamster wheel thing. So all of us, sounds like you had this long journey of like pushing it, working hard, getting it to only find out, damn it, this is not it.
It's not it. So if that's not it, what is it?
Yeah.
That's not it. What is it? And for me personally, it was the opportunity to realize the realization that it was not the money that made me. It wasn't the amount of money that made me happy. It wasn't the amount of money that gave me fulfillment. It wasn't the amount of money that gave me worth. It wasn't the amount of money that gave me significance. That without money, it's almost like when you have something and then it's taken away, you're able to find the truth. I had an opportunity where my health looked like it was gone, only to find the real truth within me around health. Same thing with money. Have it all look like it's going all away. And in that, becoming the wealthiest version of myself ever. And tapping into that wealth within opens the flow and opened the flow for me so that I could have peace around this money conversation and be open in the flow. You heard Chris speak about, not having the attachment, the conversation all around money all the time. No, taking and going above and beyond that conversation to really in a spiritual sense, right? We speak about the physical, the mental, the emotional. It's a spiritual conversation really at the core.
Yeah. So in all of this, so we've heard this in so many different flavors today, it's really moving into the worth and the value, the love, the abundance of who you are. It's that inside job work. I've seen a lot of people say that today. It's just the inside wealth. It's coming from here. It's like tapping into you, your true value, and who you are. So it's like not the hamster wheel, not out here, but come on in here. What would you think is the number one thing, Patricia, that we talked about so many limiting beliefs today, but if you can tap into something right now, what is still fun? If anyone hasn't got this inner wealth value right now, there's something stopping you. Type it in the chat and Patricia's gonna land on it. Someone type in what the first comment we see come up. What is stopping your wealth? What do you think is stopping your wealth? Let's see it.
Let's see it.
Come on. What's stopping it? What belief? What story? Doubt. I see doubt. I see doubt coming up. Fear.
This question used to frustrate the heck out of me.
Yeah.
This whole idea that it was inside out, when all the while, no, I really wanted it. I thought a lot about it. I put majority of my day thinking about it. We use the whole manifestation practices and still it looked like there was nothing. It's so frustrating. And
I see this doubt, Patricia, doubting. Everyone's here has been, all experts, everyone, even myself, we just ripped ourselves open. Patricia is here like in the nude. She is telling you all the secrets you cannot get in mainstream media. The truth is here. And yet the mind still wants to find doubts. We got to bust through that doubt. That gap is only here. Can we feel in that gap? How do we get them out of that doubt of their worthiness, of their creation? How could we awaken that confidence and courage inside of them that, yes, this is what I can do.
You spoke to it, right? It's the unworthiness. We think, we don't even think we're not worthy. I think that's the key. It's an underlying belief that we're not. And it's the attention on the money, staying in the money conversation, when it's really counterintuitive to increase the money. Where we really want to go is the conversation of increasing ourselves, increasing our capacity, opening up to more, whatever the more is, more fun, more happiness, more joy. Here's the thing, is that wherever we are and whatever we want is usually more, right? I have a lot of clients I've worked with, and never once did I ask, when I've asked, what is your vision? Did anybody say, I want less than what I have right now? No one has ever said, I want less. Everyone has always said, I want more. And so here's the trick. Here's the key, everybody, is that the more you want does not live where you are right now. Bottom line, hear that clearly. The more you want in whatever arena it is, including money, does not live where you are. And I'm not the first to say this, but for results to increase, it is about increasing ourselves to match the results we'd love. It's about increasing and elevating ourselves to be on the same channel of what it is we'd love. And what that is that inner conversation. That's that inner elevation that probably many have been speaking about today, that seems so frustrating because we feel elevated, but just tell me how to get more money. So I'll go do more here, thinking that will take me here. No, it is about tapping into the being. And that is a process, and that's a conversation. But here is one of the quickest, fastest, easiest ways, I think, to have a big aha today, is that there is only one thing that keeps people, I'll say, in poverty, impoverished, lack, scarcity, or feeling like they don't have enough money. Let's just say it that way. There's only one thing that keeps people feeling like they don't have enough money or seeing they don't have enough money. And it's the belief that they don't. And there is only one thing that keeps people from wealth. There's only one thing that keeps people, one thing that keeps people impoverished. It's the belief that they are, One thing keeps people impoverished is the belief that they are impoverished, the belief that they don't have enough money, the belief that they won't be able to pay their bills, the belief that they'll never get ahead, the belief that they'll never have enough. And there is only one thing that keeps people from wealth, and it's the belief that they don't have it, the belief that they can't have it, the belief that they're not already wealthy. And so it is about changing that set point within, and that is a process. And so when we heard about the idea of money on trees, which I loved that, I grew up where my mother told me many times in my life, money doesn't grow on trees. So to hear the exercise where we could literally go in and take money off of trees and fill duffel bags and live in abundance, how we begin to change the conversation is just recognizing, okay, if I don't have money, it's because I believe I don't have money. And it's true, I believe I don't have money because I don't have money. And to your point, Derica, easy for you to say because you have money is counterintuitive. The moment we can begin to see we live in plentitude, and it starts small. We'd like these big quantum leaps. We'd like to win lotteries. No, you do not want to win a lottery. What you want is to build a wealth consciousness. You want to build the muscle of wealth consciousness, money consciousness, abundance consciousness within you. Because once you do, everything that you could possibly love, you will find on that channel. So rather than going out trying to, really, there's a word that I'm thinking of, but really, hitting it hard, making it happen, working harder. It's not about working harder. When we hear work smarter, It is about first going within, and it is a process. Begin small. Begin small. And once you get it, it's like riding a bike. Just begin trying to ride the bike of plenitude, of having just even a few dollars left. Because it's not the money, it's how we are with the money that matters. So when we think about the relationship, our relationship with money, Derica, when I think about that, we want a relationship with money. We want to build that relationship with money. And on a very, very high level, I believe it is about building the relationship with the source of money, the source itself. Yes, have the relationship with money. And yet money comes from the same place health comes from, the same place energy comes from, the same place time comes from, the same place love comes from, the same place joy comes from, and that is the source that resides within you. So Derica, when I had a coach that said, you know, you are your money, that frustrated me. It angered me. I didn't get it. And so start small, start small, start small, and recognize that whatever we're putting our attention on, and this, I think, is the number one caution, especially in the manifestation conversations and the law of attraction conversation is, you know, spend so much time manifesting your money that one day it will come in. I think that's a big thing that blocks people from their money, is thinking that it's going to come one day. No, money is here right now to the degree in which our aperture belief system will be open to it. And that's the process, is opening your aperture, increasing your vibration. You said it, Derica, it's increasing our vibration, because money, in the way you want it, lives in a high vibration. You, meaning everyone here, and myself included, it lives in a high vibration. If we're in a low vibration, it's not a match, and we're not going to see it. It's like living in different zones. If you're here, you're not going to see wealth here, and that's where the wealth is. So it's about rising to meet it, and we rise to meet it by first starting with it.
That's so good. I'm echoing. Here we go. So yeah, it's, you guys, just to recap on all this beautiful wisdom, it just wraps up full 360 of everything in today's show. It's changing our relationship with money. How do we change our relationship with money? We shift our beliefs about money. You guys have been exposed to your own beliefs, your lacking beliefs that came up through all these wonderful experts. We're shown, even as Patricia is talking, our own limitations through money, and that is what keeps your vibration low. You guys hear me? I know we're in the last few minutes. Stay right here. This is going to wrap it up. It's your beliefs. That's what keeps our vibration, not the matching vibration to money. You know, people say all the time, I'll believe it when I see it. No, it's you believe it, then you'll see it. And that's a famous quote, not mine. That's like Zig Ziglar, I think, says that. But you believe it, and then you see it. So you got to change these beliefs. And we released so many. We were just weeding the garden so much today, getting those limiting beliefs. You're now buoyancy. Here, it's coming up on the last 10 minutes, you guys. Your vibration is high, higher than it's been in a very long time. Okay, can you feel that? You are so high. It's now the law of repetition. Now you are going to practice this, and you are going to be that committed person who speaks into wealth as it's your best friend. I've seen some people on here say, I love money. Money comes and grows and flows. Yes, have those beliefs. Yes, that practice. Patricia, are you, and all the work that you've done and all of the wealth that you've generated for yourself and thousands of others, is there mantras, is there affirmations that you usually give for your clients to practice and rewire themselves that you could share?
I love mantras. And what I love most about mantras, because there's two sides of mantras that work for us and mantras that work against us. And the mantras that work against us are those ones we don't believe in. the affirmations that we're trying to put on so that we could try to create a result, but really it doesn't fit. And we can work with those over time and eventually begin to believe them. And it is only until we can really put it on, and the more we work with it and really put it on as our belief system. So what can you believe? In the mantra that we can, many agree on, is that there is a source bigger than any of us, where all of our riches resides, comes from, and is given unto us, right? There is something, whether you call it God, source, universe, whatever you call it, there is something bigger than us, that knows more than us, that can see further than us, and it has the keys. Like we have the keys, it is given us. We have the keys. We were born with the keys in our hands, and it is leaning into that idea that you are worthy just for the mere fact that you were born. You hold the keys, and actually nothing's locked from you, but you are the one that is the key to unlock the wealth. And so when we can know that we can lean into that, and the more we can lean into that concept, the more we can rise to that occasion, rise to that concept, that that source, again, whatever you call it, God, universe, the Almighty, whatever that is, does not know poverty. And that if we are at any level feeling anything opposite of abundance, that is our doing. That's our block. And we just let go of that block and turn more toward knowing that abundance is ours. And so we can have affirmations and mantras that abundance is my birthright. Abundance is mine. Do you know that if you just walk around speaking the word abundance, or any word, love, money, and as long as you're saying the word that feels expansive to you, if money doesn't feel expansive, start with abundance. Abundance is everywhere. Abundance flows to me. Abundance is my birthright. And here's the truth, is that you are abundance. It comes through you, it flows through you. You are the abundance, it's not outside of you. But the more we can work with this concept, the more we can just start to relate to that, the more we can lean into that, the more we can put that on. What happens is if we stay with that consistently, we will hit a tipping point, and it's as if the lights go on, and it's as if you can hear the angels sing. And in that moment, you get it. And the moment you get it, money will never be an issue again, because there is not a lack of money. It is our belief that there is, in which makes the lack be created and make it our reality. Money, abundance, it's your birthright. So lean into that. Take that message, put it on more and more and more until then you wake up and you know. And when you do, that's when everything changes, but it's a process. So stick with it, stay with it, and do what gives you expansion.
Yes. Woo! Fire, fire, fire. Yes, yes, yes. So I heard that, you guys. It's saying the mantras, it's saying the affirmations that resonate with you, starting where you're at, so where you can build that believability. And then as it speaks from a belief, it is yours. It is yours. And just like that, you guys, you'll wake up and there's a check. You'll wake up and there's the love. And you'll wake up and there's like, you won't even know what to do with it. You won't even know what to do with it as it flows in. I am loving this. Oh my goodness. Okay, time. Patricia, what are you giving away?
Time. Well, we speak about opening. We speak about the frequency, the aperture, the moreness, opening to moreness. And again, I mentioned this could seem counterintuitive because we think we won't be happy until we have, or this conversation has to be all centered around money. And Patricia, tell me what to do with my money. What I'm going to share with you is what you can do with you. And this is about building the relationship with Source itself, that source that resides within you, to be open to more and more happiness, more joy, more grace and ease. And so I have a free gift, and the free gift is called, I call it the Happiness Project, like creating your happiness, increasing your happiness. And the actual name is Increasing Your Happiness Starting Today. And it's 7 keys to really a happier, healthier, and more productive you. So think about that, a happier, healthier, more productive you. We're talking about scaling up. We're talking about raising the vibe. We're talking about taking you from where you are to here without even speaking about money. But we're going to remember money, the money you're looking for, the money that all of us would really love to have flowing with ease and grace, it resides here. So it's almost like a rocket ship to help you go from where you are to where you would really love to be. It's 7 steps. It's the beginning steps of how you can elevate yourself. And here's the thing, everyone. When you elevate yourself, you elevate your life. When you elevate yourself, you elevate your business. When you elevate yourself, elevate that frequency, you elevate your money too. It is all, it's life attracts life. So it's the Happiness Project. It's your happiness project. It is my gift to you. Enjoy. And let me share with you, you really want to make sure that you get a copy of this. You have 7 steps, and you also have ideas of how you can implement these 7 steps, some of my favorites, and also how you can take it to the next level as well. So you can take it all the way to the top.
Level up, baby. I love it. You guys, in the replay page, you'll have all the connections and the free gift link, so you'll be able to know how to further connect with Patricia. Thank you so much for all this gold. We love you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your comments. I'm seeing them now. And really and truly know this, is that you matter. There is a genius that resides within you. And this is your birthright. You are worthy. Just make sure your receiver is on, which means make sure you're open and make sure that you're continuing to open and grow to then be on the same channel of it and as it. It is yours, and it is here now, not one day, maybe, right here, right now.
Thank you. Love you.
Bye for now. Cheers. And as always, I always love to say, ta-da! This is the first day of the rest of your life. I celebrate with you. Bye for now.
Ta-da! She's so awesome! You guys, wasn't that so great? Everyone's so great. 4 hours, you guys. 4 hours of transformational abundance work in your being. And let me go through all the pages. Are you all still here? Look at you guys playing full out. Facebook, YouTube. Wow, you guys were here. Woo! I want to say I honor you. I thank you. I send you so much love. May you never be the same. May you always know who you are, your creative powers, how powerful you are. And just like Patricia said, this is just the beginning, baby. Ta-da, ta-da. You are renewed. You are reborn, okay, in this moment. We get to do this every single day. So our time is up. I didn't get to mention earlier about the prizes that I'm giving away. And this is wild because everyone who's still here, Facebook, YouTube, Zoom, put me, because we have specific software that's going to be able to see who has been here from 9 to 1. And there's going to be 3 lucky winners that I am giving away. It's someone here because you guys have been here till 1 and I'm just mentioning it. 3 special gifts valued over $1,000 that I'm giving away. Okay, I'm giving these prizes away, and so you'll get an email from me. Okay, we'll contact you. Me, I'm seen. Also, you guys, this is the final last chance for the VIP. When this Zoom closes, VIP is gone. I just want to say, if you're here, take the opportunity. Invest in the VIP, not only because you're going to get to see these wealth experts forever, get to replay all that beautiful information you just heard, but you also get the masterclass with me next week. And we're going to answer and debrief from all that just happened today. Release anything left over, any resistance, any limiting beliefs that are sitting in your heart, in your mind. We are going to bust through them. Whatever could be lingering, we're going to bust through and we're going to reprogram. This is going to be very intimate, very private, just you and I. Okay, it's going to be a 2-hour masterclass next week. Also, you get free 30 minutes of money mindset coaching with me, all in that VIP. So come on, let's connect. Let's get to know each other a little bit more intimately, okay? I love you all. Thank you all. But this is it. This is it. I want you guys to go pop the champagne. Really, you did it. You committed. You committed. Okay, 4 hours. You did this. You put in the time. You're a women and men of your word. And I love you and I'm proud of you. So go make your abundance. Okay, go make me more proud. Go get your riches and keep me posted. Love you guys. Good night. Good morning. Wherever you're at in the world. Bye-bye.